Chapter 796. At the location of the Emperor-level Opportunity of Fortune, the surroundings of the primitive mountain range were already filled with prodigies. However, at this moment, these prodigies were all looking at the little girl who was casually sitting on the dragon's body with a horrified expression. The young master of the ancient Heaven Demon domain was defeated by a single punch. The sword son of the Clear Heart Sword Sect was also defeated by a single punch, and the prodigy of the Golden Horn Divine Rhinoceros clan. This clan has an unparalleled physical body and has mastered the extreme realm of strength. In the end, his physical body was also shattered by a single punch. The minds of the surrounding prodigies were a little blank. They were completely unable to think. They could only stare blankly at the little girl in the white dress who looked like a little angel. It could be said that anyone who saw her for the first time would be stunned. This little girl was too cute. She was like the darling of heaven and earth, gathering all the beauty, innocence, and innocence in her. But the things she had done had nothing to do with being pure and innocent. Beside her was a mountain. It was the prodigies who had been killed by her, piled up into a mountain. Almost none of the corpses were intact. They were all beaten to a pulp, their bones shattered, and blood flowed everywhere. It was as miserable as it could be. Most importantly, these prodigies were all killed by a single punch from the little girl. The little girl did not use any magic power or divine ability. This was simply ridiculous and unbelievable. Where did this monster come from? Or did the old witch regain her youth? The surrounding prodigies had deep shock in their eyes. Their hearts could not calm down for a long time. It was not that they were narrow-minded and could not recognize Long Yao, or his identity. It was that Long Yao had always been hidden by the Overlord Ancestral Hall and the ancient Void Dragon clan. Ever since she was born, she had been cultivating in the Void realm created by the ancient Void Dragon clan. Therefore, outsiders did not know about her. Weak, weak, all of you are so weak. Long Yao sat on the fairy dragon. Her small hand took out a candied hawthorn from her spatial artifact and chewed on it as she muttered, "My sandbag is so good. He can take a beating so well. Why are these people so weak?" Long Yao shook her small head. The sandbag she was talking about was none other than the hegemonic body of the firmament, Xiang Fei, who had died in the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. Only Xiang Fei, who also had the tyrant body of the heavens, was qualified to be Long Yao's sparring partner. Otherwise, any other heaven's favorite would have been crushed by this punch. Who is that little girl? She has dragon horns on her head, so she should be from the dragon clan. But I've never heard of any dragon clan having such an abnormal existence. Moreover, she only dealt with her enemies with a single punch. She didn't use any divine abilities or spells. We couldn't find out anything about her background. A genius shook his head. Every undying force had their own unique techniques and abilities that were famous throughout the immortal realm. As long as he used it, he would be recognized by others. However, Long Yao dealt with any prodigy with a simple punch, so it was impossible to use this method to identify her origin. But her physical body is truly abnormal. She has such a terrifying power in such a small body. I think that only the son of God of the Jun family's sacred body of the ancients would be able to withstand it. The surrounding prodigies were all discussing, "Hey, why aren't you guys coming? Let's attack together." "I don't mind," Long Yao shouted. She was bored. Hearing this, the surrounding prodigies didn't step forward. Instead, they all retreated a distance. If it were any other Emperor-level opportunity of fortune, they would have charged forward like rabid dogs. But now, looking at the mountain of corpses beside Long Yao, no one would joke about their own lives. Scaredy cat. Long Yao pouted and continued eating her candied haws. Princess Longji, who was being sat on by her, had already lost her temper. It wasn't that she didn't want to fight back, but that she couldn't. She really hoped that Jun Xiaoyao would come. However, she remembered that she was just Jun Xiaoyao's mount. Princess Longji felt that even if Jun Xiaoyao knew about the situation here, he probably wouldn't care too much. Then time passed. A few days later, the stone tablet that Princess Longji had activated suddenly released a blinding light. The array was also completely opened. A terrifying dragon aura burst out from it. At the same time, a blurry figure appeared in the void. That figure suppressed heaven and earth, as if standing in the center of the universe. His face was blurry. Only the 2 dragon horns on his head showed his identity as the dragon tribe's emperor. However, some of the more observant prodigies noticed it. The illusory figure only had 4 fingers on one hand. In other words, one of the 10 fingers on both hands was missing. There were only 9 fingers left. This was inconceivable. One had to know that even a saint could regrow a severed limb, let alone a great emperor. Even the body could be regrown, let alone a finger. However, this dragon tribe's emperor was missing a finger. This was enough to prove that it wasn't that this emperor couldn't recover, but that he didn't want to. 9 fingers, a dragon tribe's emperor. This distinct characteristic made all the prodigies think of a famous dragon tribe emperor, the 9-fingered sage dragon emperor. This emperor was definitely a legend of the dragon tribe, just like most great emperors. Ever since he was born, he had dazzled the universe and defeated his peers. He was unparalleled. When he was young, he had stunned the entire era. Everyone thought that the 9-finger sage dragon emperor would be like the other great emperors in history. After all, it was rare to see a miserable great emperor like the ancient chaos great emperor. Even the 9-finger sage dragon emperor himself thought so. Therefore, when he was young, he challenged all his enemies and was invincible. However, what everyone didn't expect was the 9-finger sage dragon emperor was defeated when he was at his most arrogant and unruly youth. He had lost to a mysterious prodigy. It was during that battle that he had said that if he lost, he would cut off one of his fingers. In the end, he really lost. Moreover, he lost within 100 moves. This battle almost made the 9-finger sage dragon emperor doubt his life. There was actually such a heaven-defying existence in the younger generation. After the 9-finger sage dragon emperor was defeated, he cut off one of his fingers and asked that mysterious prodigy to leave his name. That mysterious prodigy only left behind a sentence. "Who in the world doesn't know you?" After writing the sentence, he left directly. No one knew where that mysterious prodigy came from or which faction he was from. After that, the 9-finger sage dragon emperor wasn't discouraged. After all, he was someone who had the potential to become a great emperor. His Tao heart couldn't be shattered so easily. He was even braver after the humiliation and didn't try to recover that finger. Instead, he used it as an oath and worked even harder. Finally, he became a great emperor in his era. His name was the 9-finger sage dragon emperor. That defeat was the only defeat that the 9-finger sage dragon emperor had in his life. However, it was also that defeat that allowed the 9-finger sage dragon emperor to temper his Tao heart and forcefully become a great emperor. Therefore, it was a blessing in disguise. However, from the beginning to the end, everyone had a question in their hearts. Since that mysterious prodigy was so powerful that he could defeat the young 9-finger sage dragon emperor, then he could definitely become a great emperor in that era. However, there was no news of that prodigy becoming a great emperor in that era. It was as if he was buried in history and no one knew about him. In the end, it was a mystery. Chapter 797. Of course, the prodigies only knew about the 9-finger sage dragon emperor's life. They knew that the 9-finger sage dragon emperor had lost to a mysterious prodigy when he was young and had lost one of his fingers. However, this did not affect the 9-finger sage dragon emperor's reputation. His name would also be recorded in history. What everyone cared about now was the opportunity left behind by the 9-finger sage dragon emperor. However, when they saw Long Yao, All the prodigies withered like eggplants that had been hit by frost. With Long Yao around, it was almost impossible for the other prodigies to obtain the opportunity. It's actually this Tharch. Long Yao's purple eyes shone brightly. A bright smile appeared on her delicate little face. Her guardian, Long Yuan, had told her some of the dragon race's history. Naturally, he had also told her about the nine-finger sage, Dragon Emperor. Other than losing to a mysterious prodigy, his life was absolutely brilliant. The opportunity left behind would naturally not be bad. When Yao obtains this opportunity, I will find that divine body to settle the score. Long Yao thought happily. The divine body and the overlord body would have a battle eventually. Together with her human punching bag, the overlord body, Xiang Fei, had been killed by Jun Xiaoyao. She would find Jun Xiaoyao sooner or later. Princess Longji, who was being pressed down by Long Yao, was also shocked. She suddenly understood the meaning of the sentence on the stone tablet. 9-finger shocking the heavens was referring to the 9-finger sage dragon emperor's glorious life. Only 1 finger regretful was referring to the 9-finger sage dragon emperor's loss to that mysterious prodigy when he was young and had lost one of his fingers. However, when she thought about how the opportunity that originally belonged to her was going to be taken away by Long Yao, Princess Longji felt aggrieved. If she could obtain the 9-finger sage dragon emperor's opportunity, she would definitely be able to rise again. She would regain her status as an ancient freak and the descendant of the emperor of the ancients. Long Yao chewed the candied haws and swallowed them into her stomach. She was about to enter the space below the stone tablet to explore. However, her movements suddenly paused. She felt a faint sense of danger. At that moment, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. "This is the 9-finger sage dragon emperor." Hearing that voice, all the prodigies suddenly turned their gazes and saw several figures stepping through the void. "It's the Ascension King and the goddess of the Jiang family." The newcomers were none other than Jiang Xingyi, Feather King, Yu Yunchang, and the others. The Jade Lake ancient land they were in was slightly closer to this place. Therefore, they arrived first. The Ascension King was also surprised when he saw the 9-finger sage dragon emperor's silhouette in midair. He didn't expect it to be the opportunity of this dragon clan's big shot. At the side, Jiang Xingyi's gaze fell on the fairy dragon lying on the ground. "Princess Longji." Jiang Xingyi was surprised. She didn't expect the person who was related to Jun Xiaoyao to be Princess Longji. In the beginning, when Princess Longji and Jun Xiaoyao were enemies, Jiang Xingyi was also very hostile towards her. But as Princess Longji was subdued, the animosity dissipated. Jiang Xingyi, seeing Jiang Xingyi's arrival, Princess Longji's gaze was complicated. She had mixed feelings. At this moment, Jiang Xingyi's snow-white robes fluttered in the wind. She was like a goddess who was admired by thousands. Her looks were on par with her strength. Once, she and Jiang Xingyi were on the same starting line. In fact, she was even slightly stronger than Jiang Xingyi in the beginning. Now that things had changed, Jiang Xingyi had left her in the dust. What made Princess Longji even more upset was the close relationship between Jiang Xingyi and Jun Xiaoyao. One was Jun Xiaoyao's closest person. The other was only Jun Xiaoyao's mount. The difference in their statuses was too great. Princess Longji was very envious of Jiang Xingyi. Very envious. "You're here to snatch this opportunity?" Long Yao's little face turned serious. After all, the Ascendant King and Jiang Xingyi were both outlawed sky prides. Even if she was very strong and confident in herself, she could not ignore them completely. "You're a dragon?" The Ascendant King looked at Long Yao. Because Long Yao had been hidden for a long time, the Ascendant King could not figure out her background. Jiang Xingyi frowned slightly, although the little girl in front of him was extremely cute. Looking at the mountain of corpses around her, he knew that she was not a kind person. not to mention that Princess Longji was suppressed by her. I'm warning you, don't mess with Yao. Yao's fists don't have eyes. Long Yao clenched her fists and threatened. She deliberately pretended to be ferocious, but on the contrary, she looked extremely cute and fierce. Do you know who the dragon you suppressed is related to? The Ascendant King asked calmly. It doesn't matter who it is. Yao! I'll beat them up whenever I see them. Long Yao pouted. Jun Xiaoyao, the Ascendant King, smiled. What? That dragon is related to the son of God of the Jun family? Oh, it seems to be Princess Longji. She is indeed related to the son of God of the Jun family. She seems to be his mount. Many sky prides regained their senses. When Long Yao heard this, she was not shocked but happy instead. Her big eyes shone brightly and her fighting spirit soared. That saves Yao a lot of effort. Why? Long Yao his reaction puzzled the Ascendant King. At this moment, a calm and gentle voice suddenly sounded from above the firmament underworld. Because she is the Overlord. As soon as the voice sounded, two figures crossed the void and arrived. Everyone's gaze fell on him. It's the son of God of the Jun family. Someone exclaimed. A young man and woman arrived. The man was dressed in white and the woman was beautiful. They were Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Luoli. Xiaoyao Luoli. Jiang Xingyi was overjoyed to see the two of them arrive safely. She was finally relieved. Sister Xingyi. Jiang Luoli saw Jiang Xingyi and immediately rushed over. The two beauties hugged each other with joy on their faces. They had not seen each other for a long time. The other sky prides were shocked by Jun Xiaoyao's words. I didn't hear wrongly, did I? The son of God of the Jun family said that the little girl is the Overlord? Everyone present was stunned. Their minds went blank as they thought they had heard wrongly. After all, this was too unbelievable. They could not wrap their heads around it. Brother Jun, this. The Ascended King was also speechless. After all, Long Yao's image was too different from the rumor of a shrewd Overlord hiding in the dark. She is not only the Overlord, but also the supreme outlawed sky pride of the ancient Void Dragon clan. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Long Yao with a deep and sharp gaze. As for why he was so sure, naturally it was because Jun Xiaoyao's former opponent, Long Yaoyan, had obtained the ancient Void Dragon clan's opportunity inheritance. Right now, he also sensed the unique fluctuations of the ancient Void Dragon clan from Long Yao, together with the dragon horns on her head. Without a doubt, the cute little girl in the white dress in front of him. She was the sky pride of the ancient Void Dragon clan and the legendary Overlord. Chapter 798. Jun Xiaoyao's words were so deafening that the minds of the sky prides were buzzing. It was like thunder rolling in the sky, and no one dared to believe it. This little girl is an Overlord. Many people's brains short-circuited. This was extremely surprising, because the overlords that were born in the previous epochs were almighty and strong men. They were domineering and could sweep the world. But now, looking at the cute little girl in front of them, no one could imagine how domineering she was. Yes, only the heavenly tyrant body has such a terrifying physical body. That's right. And she's also a sky pride of the ancient Void Dragon race. The combination of these two bloodlines can indeed reach the pinnacle of her physical body. No wonder her physical body is so terrifying. She can defeat any sky prides with one punch. Everyone came back to their senses and realized that this identity was the most suitable for Long Yao's performance. It was just that her appearance was too deceiving, so no one thought of it at first. But in an instant, everyone thought of something. Weren't they going to witness the peerless battle between the Overlord and the sacred body today? Previously, at the 70th checkpoint of the ancient road, the battle between Jun Xiaoyao and Xiang Fei had attracted the attention of countless cultivators on the ancient road of the ultimate ancient road. After all, the battle between the sacred body and the tyrant body was the most exciting battle in every epic. But that battle was beyond everyone's expectations. Xiang Fei had no resistance at all in Jun Xiaoyao's hands. In the end, he had to rely on the blood of curse to slightly affect Jun Xiaoyao. It could be said that everyone was very disappointed in that battle. Xiang Fei was simply a disgrace to the tyrant body. But later, news spread that Xiang Fei was not the overlord. Everyone's interest was piqued again, and they were all looking forward to the battle between the domineering overlord and Jun Xiaoyao. But now, looking at the fierce little girl in front of them, everyone inexplicably felt like they had been fooled. Different from everyone's reaction. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm and indifferent, and there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. He did not look down on Long Yao, because of her appearance. Although at the beginning when he saw Long Yao, Jun Xiaoyao was indeed a little surprised. He even wondered if he had sensed wrongly. But in an instant he understood that this little girl was indeed the overlord. There was no mistaking the aura of an old enemy. Since it was confirmed that it was the overlord, Jun Xiaoyao naturally would not underestimate him. Not to mention, he also sensed another kind of energy fluctuation from Long Yao. Jun Xiaoyao was no stranger to this kind of fluctuation. The fluctuation of the 9 great heavenly books. Long Yao was also one of the heavenly book masters. But thinking about it, with Long Yao's noble status, it was reasonable for her to have a heavenly book. Jun Xiaoyao did not know which heavenly book Long Yao was in control of. However, he was determined to obtain the heavenly book from Long Yao. On the other side, it was also Long Yao's first time meeting Jun Xiaoyao. She immediately felt a strong sense of danger. That sense of danger was something she had never felt before. Even just now, the Ascendant King, Jiang Xingyi, and the rest did not give her such a strong sense of danger. Intuition told Long Yao, that this white-robed man in front of her was extremely dangerous. But at the same time, when Long Yao saw Jun Xiaoyao's peerlessly handsome face, she was stunned. Purple Eye could not help but be stunned. A sense of amazement arose, spontaneously. Super handsome. Although Long Yao had heard a lot of news about Jun Xiaoyao, she had also heard that Jun Xiaoyao's appearance was as good as his strength, the best of his generation. But when she really saw it, she was still a little shocked. No, I am the overlord. He has a divine body, and even killed my punching bag. I must beat him up. But he is really good looking. It would be a pity to kill him like this. Why don't I suppress him and make him a boy toy? Long Yao muttered to herself. However, his words were heard by everyone in the surroundings. The atmosphere fell silent. The faces of the geniuses were full of excitement. Suppress Jun Xiaoyao and make him a boy toy? Even though it was the dream of every woman. But who in the 9 heavens and 10 lands had the capability and qualification to do so? Even if they could suppress Jun Xiaoyao, who would dare to treat him as a boy toy, wouldn't they be afraid of the Jun clan behind him? However, when the crowd recalled Long Yao's identity, it did not seem like they were that scared. The Overlord Ancestral Hall and the ancient Void Dragon tribe were indeed unstoppable in the 9 heavens immortal realm. Oh, treating me as a boy toy? Jun Xiaoyao smiled. The smile was icy, without the slightest hint of warmth. It was his first time hearing someone saying something like that to him since he was born. What is it? Can't I? My Yao is the Overlord. She is destined to trample you under her feet. But I don't want to hurt your face, so come to me obediently. Long Yao placed her hands on her waist and raised her chin as she harumphed. The surrounding geniuses were a little jealous of Jun Xiaoyao being taken in as a boy toy by Long Yao. This kind of amazing status and cute little loli should be a good thing that many men could only wish for. However, Jun Xiaoyao was not interested in it. Was he a lolicon? Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Jiang Luoli with the corner of his eye. No, that was definitely not the case. Long Yao was like a naughty kid to Jun Xiaoyao. Naughty? Just beat her up. Jun Xiaoyao happened to hate naughty kids too. You've injured my son of God's mount. What are you going to do? Jun Xiaoyao looked at the fairy dragon lying on the ground. When Princess Longji heard this, she was touched. Even though Jun Xiaoyao was only treating her as his mount, he still cared about her. What do you want? Long Yao harumphed. What do you say if I kill you? Jun Xiaoyao smirked coldly. All the surrounding geniuses felt a chill down their spines. To be honest, if they were in Long Yao's shoes, they might not be able to do it to such an innocent and adorable lowly. How dare you? Long Yao's amethyst eyes widened. She bared her teeth, revealing her sparkling little canine teeth. Her face was ferocious. Try me then, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Lowlists from the third dimension were all naughty kids. Jun Xiaoyao would not show mercy. Wah! Jun Xiaoyao, you've made Yao furious. My Yao, I will make you a punching bag and boy toy. Long Yao shouted. She moved her body and threw out a fist. An incomparably terrifying power erupted from his tiny body. Her fist shattered the sky and blasted toward Jun Xiaoyao. Everything in its path was shattered. It was terrifying to the extreme. It was as if the ancestral dragon had awakened. The violent divine power crushed the void. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Long Yao and Jun Xiaoyao. This was a real battle between an overlord and a sage. Chapter 799. No one had expected the battle between the overlord and the sacred physique to come so suddenly. In the previous epics, such a battle would have been recorded in history. It would have been treated as a classic battle by countless geniuses in the future and studied repeatedly. But now the battle had come so suddenly. However, the geniuses present could also feel that many invisible gazes were looking at them. The invisible pressure made many geniuses break out in cold sweat. It seems that many big shots have noticed this place, said one of the geniuses in shock. At this moment, many people on the ultimate ancient road were looking at the buried Emperor Star. There were the executors of the ancient road and the big shots of the major forces. They had been paying attention to the changes in the buried Emperor Star. Naturally, they wouldn't miss such an epic battle. Yao, this is a battle you must go through. Outside the buried Emperor Star, deep in the starry sky, a hunchbacked old man with dragon horns and a white beard sighed softly. He was Long Yao's guardian, Long Yuan. His cultivation had reached the 4th stage of the supremacy realm, the great heavenly venerable realm. From this, one could see how important Long Yao was to the ancient Void Dragon clan. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao's side wasn't empty either. There seemed to be a pair of eyes observing them in the dark. At the Imperial Opportunity Land, Long Yao's fist tore through the sky. It was just a small fist, but it seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth. However, Long Yao didn't hit Jun Xiaoyao's face because she was afraid that it would hurt Jun Xiaoyao's face. Instead, it was aimed at his chest. This punch made all the geniuses present feel incomparably fearful. Previously, Long Yao had relied on this punch to kill all the geniuses who had provoked her. The dead geniuses piled up into a mountain. However, bang! An ear-shattering roar sounded. At the center of the collision, the void collapsed, revealing pitch-black spatial turbulence. Everyone's eyes turned to look at him. The Jun family's son of God won't follow in the footsteps of the previous geniuses, right? Asked one of the geniuses suspiciously. No. You're thinking too much. Some people immediately refuted. Although Long Yao's physical body was abnormally strong. But then again, Jun Xiaoyao's physical body was not to be trifled with. You actually blocked it. Long Yao's surprised voice sounded. With his left hand behind his back, Jun Xiaoyao extended his right hand and collided with Long Yao's fist. A light palm blocked Long Yao's small fist that could shatter the heavens. Long Yao's purple eyes widened in disbelief. This was because she was used to sending all her enemies flying with a single punch. Therefore, at this moment, he was not used to it. Not bad. As expected of the combination of the tyrant body of the heavens and the ancient void dragon bloodline, Jun Xiaoyao said, to be able to get a good evaluation from him. It was enough to prove how shocking Long Yao, Er's strength was. Even Jun Xiaoyao could feel a terrifying power surging toward him, causing his hand to feel slightly numb. I, Long Yao, don't need your comments. Long Yao raised her eyebrows. Jun Xiaoyao's words sounded like he was commenting on a junior. She was the overlord. How could she not care about her reputation? Boom, boom, boom. Long Yao punched again. Every punch stirred up endless waves in space, exploding like air cannons. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, just calmly extended his hand. Every time the fist and palm collided, there was a thunderous sound. Oh my God! Only the son of God of the Jun family can take this violent dragon lady's attack, right? Some of the geniuses exclaimed. Long Yao's punch was powerful enough to kill a saint, yet Jun Xiaoyao was able to block the attack with ease. Don't be so smug. Long Yao snorted and punched again. This punch was different from the previous ones. It carried the power of divine powers. An extremely domineering fist intent emerged, enough to destroy the heavens. Tyrant fist. This was the unique divine power of the tyrant body. With a punch, there was no self in it, and it was invincible. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, activated the Kuan Peng divine power and performed the Kuan Peng infinite divine fist. The power of 100,000 divine elephants combined with the sacred body of the ancients and the divine elephant overpowering divine elephant clashed with Long Yao. The collision of the two fists swept through the surrounding heaven and earth. The undulating mountains began to collapse and rocks rolled down. Other than the nine-fingered sage dragon emperor's land of opportunity, which was protected by a formation, the rest of the land began to shatter. This kind of fluctuation was boundlessly terrifying. Bang! After another collision, Long Yao was knocked back 1,000 feet, and her fist was red. She looked at her fist in shock, unable to believe it. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao also took a few steps back. There was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. One had to know that, in terms of divine powers and spells, there might be a few supreme taboos who could exchange blows with him. However, in terms of physical strength, Jun Xiaoyao had never met a match. However, in terms of physical strength, Jun Xiaoyao did not have the absolute upper hand. This was enough to prove Long Yao's strength. Jun Xiaoyao had to admit, to be able to become an overlord, she was still something. At least she was not as boring as the previous overlord body, Xiang Fei. How can your physical body be so freakish? Is a sacred body that broke through the 10 shackles so powerful? Long Yao still couldn't believe it. She could only attribute it to Jun Xiaoyao having a complete sacred body of the ancients. Little did she know that Jun Xiaoyao had also cultivated the physique book. His physical body had also been reforged by the qi of all creation, and he had the physique of an emperor. This was far stronger than a simple sacred body of the ancients. Although Long Yao also had the bloodline of the ancient void dragon in addition to the overlord body. However, compared to the two, it was still slightly inferior. You should be glad that you are a member of the ancient void dragon clan. Otherwise, with just the overlord body of the heavens, you would be beaten to tears. Jun Xiaoyao sneered. How dare you look down on me? I, Long Yao, am an invincible overlord. I am destined to trample you under my feet. Long Yao was so angry that her face turned red. She no longer restrained herself and erupted with the absolute power of an overlord. Boom! Purple qi and blood surged into the 9 heavens imperial court. Long Yao's purple eyes emitted a deep purple light. She activated the bloodline of the overlord body of the heavens, and the strength of her physical body skyrocketed again. The overlord is invincible. Long Yao punched continuously. The purple fist light illuminated the sky, dyeing the entire buried Emperor star into a magnificent purple color. Many geniuses looked up at the sky and were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. Tisk tsk. The overlord of the age has been hidden by the two major forces until now. I didn't expect her to shock the world as soon as she made a move. In the depths of the universe, a big shot from an immortal force sighed. Finally, there is someone who can slightly restrain the son of God of the June family. A mysterious existence whispered. It seemed that he didn't have a good impression of June Xiaoyao. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. June Xiaoyao's battle achievements were too outstanding. Sometimes the title of being invincible among the younger generation was too flattering. If it weren't for June Xiaoyao's strong background and no one dared to provoke him, he would have been plotted against many times. After all, there were many immortal forces who didn't want to see June Xiaoyao monopolize the glory of the entire world. Just as many big shots were talking, June Xiaoyao also punched. Golden qi and blood soared into the sky and turned into a dragon of qi and blood that poured into the sky. He also unleashed the bloodline potential of the sacred body of the ancients, and countless sacred runes began to appear on his body. At the same time, he clenched his 5 fingers and performed the fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The sacred runes on his body flowed and gathered energy. This was the manifestation of the sacred body of the ancients being fully activated. The sacred runes gathered on the tip of his fist and performed the fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation. In an instant, the void between heaven and earth was distorted. Thousands of rays of golden light flooded the universe. There was only a loud bang in the endless sacred light. A petite figure was sent flying backward with a whimper. Chapter 800. The blazing radiance illuminated the entire opportunity of fortune. The golden radiance surged like the ocean. Purple radiance surged and scattered in all directions. The collision of the 2 great constitutions destroyed the entire area beyond recognition. In the midst of such a violent collision, Long Yao, Er's body flew backward, and she let out a painful groan. Her fist had been smashed open, and drops of purple blood flowed out of it. I made Yao bleed? Long Yao stared at her pink fist in a daze, feeling that it was absurd. Ever since she was born, she had never suffered any injuries, let alone bleed. You took my first drop of blood, you bastard. Long Yao scolded. Her watery purple eyes were spitting fire, and she was about to explode. She was like a little female dragon, unable to restrain her anger. June Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. Although what she said was true, why did it sound a little strange? I thought this generation's overlord would pique my interest, the son of God. I didn't expect that she's just a naive brat. How disappointing. June Xiaoyao remained calm and shook his head faintly. I was just testing you. Next, I'll use my full strength. Long Yao's pretty face was filled with anger, and she attacked again. Almost instantly, her fist returned to normal, without leaving a single mark on it. Seeing this, June Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a dark light. The power of the heavenly tomes. Could it be? June Xiaoyao thought of one of the 9 heavenly tomes. However, he had no time to think about it now. Long Yao had attacked again. She swung the overlord fist with one hand, and ancient dragon patterns appeared on the other hand. At the same time, dragon qi filled the air, transforming into a dragon and roaring at the sky. Great Void Dragon Fist. This was the ancient Void Dragon clan's divine fist technique, and its power shook the 9 heavens. If Long Yao had used this fist technique from the beginning, the surrounding sky prides would have recognized her as a member of the ancient Void Dragon clan. At this moment, Long Yao had the Overlord Fist in one hand and the Great Void Dragon Fist in the other. It could be said that she had reached the pinnacle of strength. Even the Ascendant King and Jiangxingyi, who were both supreme outlawed sky prides, would be at a disadvantage if their physical bodies collided with Long Yao's. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, had no scruples at all. His divine abilities were unmatched, and his flesh was similarly unmatched. There wasn't a single aspect that he was lacking in, reaching the pinnacle in all aspects. Jun Xiaoyao activated his Daluo immortal body. The 206 Daluo immortal bones in his body glowed and resonated. A streak of immortal qi appeared and wrapped around the surface of Jun Xiaoyao's body, enhancing his physical strength. The sacred body of the ancients, the strength of 100,000 divine elephants, the immortal body of the great Luo immortal, and the divine qi of the physical body. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's physical body could cause cracks to appear in the void even if he did not move. So what if you have a fleshly body and immortal qi? Humph. Long Yao harumphed disdainfully when she saw this. Her body shuddered as a purple blood-colored immortal qi appeared on the surface of her body. It was the purple-blooded immortal qi formed by the fusion of the blood of the ancient void dragon tribe and the blood of the tyrant body of the firmament. With the help of the purple blood-colored immortal qi, Long Yao's aura became even more powerful. The two of them collided like Mars crashing into Earth. The shock wave rippled violently like a tide, sweeping in all directions and flattening the surrounding mountains. The two of them engaged in a melee battle. Jun Xiaoyao's blood, qi, surged to the heavens, and his holy light shocked the world. He was like an undefeatable divine king in the light, and with a single punch he suppressed the entire world. On the other hand, although Long Yao looked adorable, she possessed a terrifying combat strength that did not match her appearance. Her small body contained the power to shatter the heavens. In just a few dozen breaths, the two of them had exchanged hundreds and thousands of blows. The sound waves shattered the void. You! Long Yao shouted angrily and realized that she was being suppressed. Jun Xiaoyao's combat ability was terrifyingly powerful. He could always catch the gaps in her moves and attack violently. In comparison, Long Yao had plenty of combat experience under Long Yuan's guidance. However, compared to Jun Xiaoyao, who was a veteran who had experienced hundreds of battles, she was still lacking. Not to mention, Jun Xiaoyao had fought with Ancient Chaos Great Emperor's inner demon before. Ancient Chaos Great Emperor had spent his entire life in battle, and his combat ability was top-notch among the great emperors. Jun Xiaoyao had also absorbed more than half of Ancient Chaos Great Emperor's combat experience during his battle with Ancient Chaos Great Emperor. Comparing the two of them, Jun Xiaoyao naturally crushed Long Yao, in terms of combat skills. Bang! After another collision, Long Yao retreated, coughing out a small mouthful of blood. Her chest cracked, and her ribs seemed to have shattered. On the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao was still in his white robe. Other than his arm being slightly numb, he did not have any other injuries. "Bring out your true abilities," Jun Xiaoyao said. The previous overlords were not that simple. Long Yao could fight with Jun Xiaoyao for so long without using her trump card. It was enough to prove Long Yao's strength. Humph. Seems like you know your limits. You know that I, Yao have not used my true abilities. Long Yao snorted. Even in the middle of a battle, she did not forget to protect her face. Great Void Divine Mark. Long Yao used her ultimate move again. This was a great ability of the ancient Void Dragon race. In the void, a dragon-shaped divine mark appeared, as if it could cut through everything, and attacked Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao used his finger as a sword and used the immortal sling sword art. A thick sword qi spread out like a mountain ridge, slashing through the sky. When the two collided, a dazzling brilliance burst out. Long Yao's cherry lips muttered, and she chanted an ancient scripture. That was the inheritance of the ancient Void Dragon race, the Great Void Immortal Scripture. A total of 9 ancient Dragon race characters appeared, and each of them was like a star, releasing endless brilliance. The 9 ancient characters of the dragon race pressed down on Jun Xiaoyao like 9 stars falling from the sky. The ancient void dragon race's immortal scripture. Jun Xiaoyao muttered. He dealt with it calmly, using his finger as a sword, and slashed across the void. A cross-shaped crack appeared and then expanded. It was the chaotic sky secret technique, cross-shaped starfield intersection. The gigantic cross-shaped spatial rift was like a chain of stars, forming a mighty cross-shaped Milky Way. And Long Yao extracted 9 ancient characters from the great void immortal scripture and suppressed it, colliding with the cross-shaped crack. Immortal scripture, it's the ancient void dragon race's immortal scripture. The son of God of the Jun family is using the forbidden technique of the ancient chaos Tharch. The surrounding geniuses exclaimed. One of them had used an ancient scripture, while the other had used a forbidden technique. Both of them were extremely powerful, as expected of the Overlord Constitution and the Sacred Constitution. They were at odds with each other, and neither wanted to give in. Rumble. Heaven and earth lost their color, and the sun and moon lost their light. It was as if a galaxy was boiling and then exploding, and the aftershock injured many geniuses. In such a shock, Long Yao was forced back again, coughing up blood, and some of her bones were broken. Jun Xiaoyao was also forced back 100 steps, and his body was shaking. The Overlord is injured. The son of God of the Jun family is also forced back. In all directions, all the geniuses sucked in a breath of cold air. This battle could be said to be a tit-for-tat, and neither side was giving in. However, looking at the current situation, although Jun Xiaoyao was also forced back and his body was shaking, he was obviously better than Long Yao. Sacred Body of the Ancients. /book/83964/ Chapter 801. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the air. Although he was knocked back, he was still calm. Long Yao, on the other hand, had a trace of purple blood at the corner of her mouth. The difference between the two was obvious. No way. Could it be that even the Overlord can't deal with the son of God of the Jun family? That's not right. Even a supreme saint can't be unaffected by the terrifying power of the collision just now, right? That's ridiculous. The surrounding geniuses were dumbfounded. In the past, the battle of the holy body and the tyrant body had always involved punches to the flesh and blood. It was as if he was risking his life. But now, even in the face of the rare Overlord, Jun Xiaoyao was still untainted. His appearance was extremely calm and composed. It didn't look like he was facing a mortal enemy at all. On the other hand, although Long Yao's injuries weren't particularly serious compared to Jun Xiaoyao, she was a little embarrassed. Damn it, you monster. There was deep fear in the depths of Long Yao's purple eyes. She thought that she was already a monster, but now an even more abnormal monster had appeared. However, Long Yao was calm. Her small and delicate body began to glow, and a purple light shone. It was as if there was a god chanting in her body, blessing her and restoring her vitality. Some of the injuries on her body, such as broken bones, were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, most of her injuries were healed. This scene stunned and puzzled the surrounding geniuses. Is the recovery ability of the ancient void dragon race so strong? Even with the Overlord body of the heavens, this recovery ability is too abnormal. She's practically invincible. Many people exclaimed, and their eyes were shining. They all wanted to find out Long Yao's background. A hint of smugness flashed in the depths of Long Yao's purple eyes. This was one of her trump cards. With this trump card, she was almost invincible. Even if she was seriously injured, she could recover. She wouldn't be easily killed. Jun Xiaoyao, are you desperate? If you surrender now and become my punching bag and boy toy, you can suffer less. Long Yao raised her small face and said smugly. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm and collected, without any surprise or anger, because he had already seen through Long Yao's Er's trump card. This made Jun Xiaoyao somewhat happy, because Long Yao Er's things were his things. This abominable brat, he even dares to say that he wants big brother Xiaoyao to be his boy toy. Jiang Luoli's charming eyes were filled with anger and disdain. Believe in Xiaoyao, he never disappoints. Jiang Xingyi smiled, not worried at all. Although Jun Xiaoyao's opponent was the tyrant, a prodigy of the ancient Void Dragon tribe, she had absolute confidence in Jun Xiaoyao. When Jiang Luoli heard this, a sly smile suddenly appeared on her face. She rolled her eyes and said, "Sister Xingyi, watch the show. Brother Xiaoyao will definitely give that brat a surprise." Surprise? Jiang Xingyi was puzzled. Did Jun Xiaoyao obtain some kind of fortuitous opportunity again? Jiang Luoli smiled mysteriously and did not say much. Back to the battle. Long Yao, Er's bare feet stomped on the void, causing the sky to tremble. She turned into a stream of light and charged toward Jun Xiaoyao again. On the surface of his body, the phantom of a large bell appeared as if it was the strongest defense, blocking everything. The great bell Tao physique of the 9 great divine forms. It's the 9 great divine forms, the ultimate move of the tyrant constitution. A prodigy exclaimed. Long Yao. Finally used the ultimate move of the tyrant constitution. When the 9 great divine forms appeared at the same time, it was said that they could annihilate everything in the world. At this moment, Long Yao attacked with the great bell Tao physique, and the bell waves shattered the sky. When Jun Xiaoyao saw this, he stomped his feet as well, and the phantom of the myriad Tao sage appeared around him. Sage physique, reverence of 10,000 sages. A terrifying aura swept out, weakening Long Yao's strength. Bam! The two of them collided again. This time, it was even more violent and fierce. Jun Xiaoyao slapped the phantom of the large bell on the surface of Long Yao's body, and a loud clang was heard. Long Yao was pushed back, but she attacked again and used the Kuan Peng divine form. An illusory Kuan Peng appeared, and it was extremely huge, filling the void. Kuan Peng divine form. You're just showing off in front of an expert. Jun Xiaoyao sneered. He used the Kuan Peng divine power again and waved his hand. The huge Kuan Peng appeared, and with a swing of its tail, tens of thousands of runes splashed out and shattered the void. In front of the true Kuan Peng divine power, the Kuan Peng divine form of the tyrant constitution was just SOO. Long Yao gritted her sparkling canine teeth. She was unwilling to give up and continued to display her tyrant body. A true dragon appeared, and the dragon's roar shattered the sky. Then an immortal phoenix appeared, and its wings were like heavenly blades, cutting the sky and slashing horizontally. It was the true dragon Dharma body and the immortal phoenix feather. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao used the Kuan Peng technique in one hand and the Lightning Emperor technique in the other. Behind him, immortal light surged, and holy light shone brightly. A majestic immortal shadow appeared. It was the sacred physique phenomenon, immortal king descending to the 9 heavens. Immortal king descending to the 9 heavens was supported by divine powers. The Kuan Peng technique and Lightning Emperor technique that Jun Xiaoyao used were even more ferocious. It was as if the void in this area was about to boil and burn. The violent collision resounded through the sky, and Dermic powers surged wildly, drowning everything. I don't believe that I can't subdue you. Long Yao gritted her teeth and used her divine form again. Long Yao used the Pishio divine form, Swanee divine form, and so on. In the end, the 9 divine forms were all used and revolved around Long Yao. It was as if they had the power to destroy the heavens. She actually cultivated the complete 9 divine forms. At this moment, Long Yao caused everyone to tremble. The most famous tyrant constitution were naturally the 9 divine forms. This was the ultimate forbidden technique of the tyrant constitution. A single divine form was a great killing weapon that was invincible. As for the combination of the 9 divine forms, it was even more invincible. It could kill all opponents of the tyrant constitution, and it was known as the invincible technique. However, whether it was the incomplete ancient tyrant constitution Chu Tianba that Jun Xiaoyao encountered, or the tyrant constitution Xiangfei, neither of them had cultivated the complete 9 divine forms. But now Long Yao had used the complete 9 divine forms. This was enough to make one shudder. With these 9 divine forms, Long Yao could dominate the ancient road, and even the supreme outlawed sky prides would be wary of her. At this moment, the 9 divine forms appeared at the same time, and the world was filled with all kinds of purple divine light. All kinds of mystical scenes appeared. The ancient universe, the rotation of the sun and the moon, and the transformation of all living things. The scene was so terrifying that it was as if the universe was about to be split open. Long Yao, Petit Linglong's jade body released a peerless domineering aura. At this moment, no one dared to look down on her cute appearance. She was simply a peerless overlord in a cute lowly skin. 9 divine forms, slay the heavens and decimate the earth. Long Yao's delicate shout was like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in the sky. The entire buried Emperor star trembled and began to change. Faint patterns of the laws appeared on the surface of the star. Those were the buried Emperor star's laws. They had appeared because of Long Yao's 9 divine forms. This caused all the sky prides to suck in a breath of cold air. To be able to trigger the buried Emperor star's laws meant that this move was extremely powerful. It had even surpassed the limit of a level 9 sage. In other words, anyone below the quasi-supreme level would be in danger. Even sacred lord powerhouses could not be ignored. The 9 divine forms rotated in the void and surrounded Jun Xiaoyao, wanting to melt the world and turn it into nothingness. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. This move could definitely kill a supreme sage. Chapter 802. Jun Xiaoyao had always been calm and composed when dealing with his opponents. However, that didn't mean that he would underestimate his opponents. Now that Long Yao's 9 godly forms had appeared, it was a killing move. Jun Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't hold back. The chaotic aura around him spread out like a tide. Green lotuses bloomed from it. Then a yin-yang taiji diagram appeared above his head. As it rotated, it was like a black and white sky was pressing down. Chaotic green lotus, yin-yang diagram of life and death. In addition to the 10,000 saints pilgrimage and immortal king ascension from before. The 4 sacred physique avatars appeared together. He already has 4 avatars. Unfortunately, it's rumored that there are 6 avatars in total. There are still 2 that have yet to be cultivated. That's right. It's rumored that when the 6 avatars of the sacred physique are completely formed, it's like the 6 paths of reincarnation. It can defeat all enemies. That's right. If the Jun family's son of God had cultivated 6 avatars, he definitely wouldn't be weaker than the 9 godly forms. Unfortunately, many elites shook their heads and sighed, feeling sorry for Jun Xiaoyao. With his invincible posture and the 6 avatars of the sacred physique, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to deal with Long Yao's 9 godly forms. There was even a certain chance of winning. However, Jun Xiaoyao only had 4 avatars now. Against Long Yao's complete 9 godly forms, he would undoubtedly be at a great disadvantage. It would be very dangerous. As expected, when the 2 avatars collided, the 9 godly forms joined together and formed a whole. Their power multiplied and completely suppressed the 4 sacred physique avatars. Although the 4 sacred physique avatars were extremely powerful, they weren't complete. They didn't form a complete fusion of the 6 avatars. The Jun family's son of God is in danger now. Many elites stared the battle intently. Those female cultivators were so nervous that their breathing seemed to have stopped. Was the legend of the peerless white-robed invincible going to come to an end with the Overlord? The The 9 godly forms rotated in the void as if they had formed a universe of their own. They surrounded Jun Xiaoyao and began to refine him. That void directly shattered and was annihilated by the power of the 9 godly forms, turning into a vacuum. From this, it could be seen how terrifying its power was. Jun Xiaoyao, who was trapped inside, started to tremble and cough up blood. Cracks started to appear on the surface of his body. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The son of God of the Jun family, who was known to be invincible among the younger generation, was injured and coughing up blood. This was simply unbelievable. If news of this got out, it would cause a huge commotion. After all, ever since Jun Xiaoyao was born, he had swept through the younger generation and had never been defeated. He was a legendary and invincible figure. It was to the extent where he could even walk his own path. Known as an ancient anomaly, making immortal domains wills feel restraining fear, fighting against the heavens. Besides, there had never been a genius who could injure Jun Xiaoyao to the point of coughing up blood. At this moment, such a peerless figure's body was actually trembling, and a bit of blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. This caused everyone to feel incredulous. How could that be? The Ascendant Feather King's eyes were deep as he frowned. Beside him, Yu Yunchang's face was ghastly pale as her heart clenched. She could not help but grab the Ascendant Feather King's sleeves and said, "Brother, why don't you go and help young Master Jun?" "Don't be anxious. No matter how bad Brother Jun is, he won't die directly, right?" The Ascendant Feather King shook his head slightly. Among the younger generation, there was almost no one who could kill Jun Xiaorao. Even the Tyrant Dragon King, Yao, did not have the ability to kill Jun Xiaoyao directly. The Ascendant Feather King felt that something was amiss. Could it be that Brother Jun is still hiding his strength? The Ascendant Feather King muttered to himself. On the other side, Princess Longji's heart was also in her mouth. She was extremely nervous and worried for Jun Xiaoyao. After all, Jun Xiaoyao came to save her. If something really happened to him, no, he's not that kind of person. Princess Longji thought of that white-robed figure who always looked calm and indifferent to everything. He was so confident, so calm, and so sure that victory was in his hands. There was no one or anything that could make him fearful or fearful. Even in the earliest days when Princess Longji had the ability to compete with Jun Xiaoyao, she also felt that she was completely played by Jun Xiaoyao. Such a scheming, unfathomable, and powerful monstrous figure. How could he be defeated by a violent little lowly like Long Yao? That would be a little comical. Jun Xiaoyao, you will definitely lose this time. Let me end your invincible legend. Long Yao. Ai's purple eyes shone brightly as she channeled her strength to the maximum. Her dermic powers surged and strengthened the 9 godly forms. The ancient golden dragon bloodline and the heavenly tyrant blood were completely activated. Radiance surged and filled the world. The power of the 9 godly forms was even stronger as they completely destroyed the space where Jun Xiaoyao was. Jun Xiaoyao's body released a divine glow as he wanted to defend against the power of the 9 godly forms. However, the cracks on the surface of his body increased and fresh blood flowed out. All the surrounding sky prides watched intently. This was the first time they had seen Jun Xiaoyao injured. "Jun Xiaoyao, it's over." Long Yao stomped her foot and charged towards Jun Xiaoyao as the invincible tyrant fist swept out. Jun Xiaoyao was already suppressed by the 9 godly forms. At this moment, he struck out with his palm and collided with Long Yao's. His body retreated, and his body seemed to show signs of disintegration. This scene was not only seen by the surrounding people. It was also noticed by many big shots who were watching the battle in the depths of the universe. Is it going to end? The invincible legend of the sacred body ends here. No, the son of God of the Jun family shouldn't be like this. He still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet. Some of the big shots were secretly communicating. Those who were hostile to Jun Xiaoyao were very happy to see this scene. In the universe, Long Yao, Er's protector, Long Yuan, also had a hint of joy on his old face when he saw the scene. The Overlord Ancestral Hall and the ancient Void Dragon clan did not raise you in vain. Yao, you did not disappoint us. Long Yuan's old face revealed a gratified expression. He was still a little nervous before, afraid that Long Yao would be defeated by Jun Xiaoyao. Not only would she lose the name of the Overlord body, but she would also make her invincible Dao heart unstable. Now, it seemed that he had thought too much. In the current situation, many people thought that Jun Xiaoyao was in trouble. Unless he used his true trump card, it would be difficult for him to turn the tables. Jun Xiaoyao, I'll give you a chance. Take the initiative to be a good boy toy. And Yao, I won't let you be in such a sorry state. Long Yao giggled. She was in a very good mood now. That's not necessary. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Even though there was blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and the surface of his body was cracked like porcelain, his expression was still calm and composed. Then there's no other way. Long Yao shook her head slightly with a look of pity. She rushed forward again, and the 9 godly forms erupted with unprecedented brilliance. It was as if a small universe was being smelted and boiled. Jun Xiaoyao, who was in the middle of it, exploded with a bang. All kinds of runes scattered, and the Tao laws were broken. How is this possible? Countless exclamations sounded from all directions. Jiang Xingyi's heart twitched subconsciously. Even Long Yao's purple crystal eyes widened for a moment, and her brain couldn't react. Although the 9 godly forms were terrifying, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't die directly, right? There was complete silence, a deathly silence. Amidst this deathly silence, an indifferent and gentle voice suddenly sounded. It seems that I, the Son of God, have underestimated you. A single Dharma body is not enough to suppress you. As the voice fell in the depths of the sky, a spatial crack was suddenly torn open. Then, in the endless golden holy light, a peerless and otherworldly figure in white stepped out from it. He was like a god. It was none other than Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, all the prodigies were stunned. They were dumbfounded, and their eyeballs almost popped out. Some of the big shots in the depths of the universe were also stunned. It was a little comical and exciting. Chapter 803. The world was dead silent. It was as if all sound had been sucked away. The entire place was silent, looking at the white-robed figure stepping out of the spatial rift. Everyone felt as if they were dreaming. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. Their minds were blank, and they were completely dumbfounded. Why are there 2 Jun Xiaoyao? Are you out of your mind? It's obvious that the one fighting the Overlord is a Dharma body. In other words, the Overlord has been fighting with the Dharma body of the Jun family's Son of God. A prodigy's voice was dry as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That should be the case. Don't forget, the Jun family's Son of God also used his Dharma body to cause a ruckus at Gu Tizi's wedding banquet. Only then did everyone remember. It was not the first time Jun Xiaoyao had done that. His Dharma body had caused a ruckus at Gu Tizi's wedding banquet and fought against 4 successors of the Xianting. In the end, he even kidnapped the bride, Fairy Yuan. It could be said to have caused a sensation. It also made Gu Tizi lose all his face, and many people still treated him as a joke. And now, Jun Xiaoyao was using the same trick again. Most people would never have thought that Jun Xiaoyao would use his Dharma body to fight with the Overlord. This was no longer contempt. Instead, it was blatant contempt. In the past eras, the battle between the sacred body and the Overlord body had always been a life-and-death battle. The number of times the sacred body won was even less than the Overlord body. But now, they had been fighting for half a day. Long Yao had been fighting with Jun Xiaoyao's Dharma body the whole time. It was a lonely fight. On the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao's original body had been hiding in the depths of the void, watching the show like a spectator. It was not very harmful, but it was extremely insulting. And it was not only Long Yao who was insulted. Outside the buried Emperor Star, deep in the universe, Long Yuan was also dumbfounded. His old face was burning as if he had been slapped 100 times. His face was about to be swollen. As a Grand Empyrean, it had been a long time since he had experienced such humiliation. Previously, he had been overjoyed and thought that he had groomed an invincible genius who could suppress Jun Xiaoyao. And now, Long Yuan could even feel it. Some of the big shots hiding in the dark looked at him with mocking eyes. This was a huge loss of face. Moreover, it wasn't just him and the ancient void dragon tribe who had lost face, but also the tyrant body lineage. After all, Long Yao was a dignified overlord. How could she fight Jun Xiaoyao's Dharmakaya for such a long time? Long Yuan had a feeling that the people of Overlord Ancestral Hall would not be in a good mood when they saw the scene. Over at the Emperor level fortuitous Opportunity Land, all the Sky Prides were still in a state of stiff expression. Jiang Xingyi let out a long sigh of relief, then looked at Jiang Luli and said, "Luoli, is this the surprise you were talking about?" "Of course. How is it, Big Brother Xiaoyao's surprise?" Jiang Luoli smiled until her eyes turned into crescents. She admired Jun Xiaoyao more and more. He could even think of such a trick. It must have caused tons of damage to Long Yao's young heart. Many Sky Prides also turned to look at Long Yao. To be honest, anyone who encountered such a situation would have a mental breakdown. Sure enough, Long Yao clenched her fists tightly. Her young shoulders were trembling slightly as if she was trying her best to hold back her tears. The Sky Prides were stunned to see that there was a little mist in Long Yao's purple eyes. "She's crying from anger?" One of the Sky Prides was stunned. The dignified overlord was crying from anger. This was a little funny. If this spread out, it would definitely be a legend for eternity that would continue to be passed down. Jun Xiaoyao, you! Long Yao gritted her teeth, and tears were about to flow out of her eyes. Only now did she understand how sinister this world was. How sinister the human heart was. Her naive and pure heart had suffered a ton of damage, especially previously when Long Yao heard about Gu Tizi. She had even mocked him for being a piece of trash who couldn't even deal with Jun Xiaoyao's avatar. But now the clown was actually herself. Long Yao really wanted to cry. This world was too cruel. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people around, Long Yao would definitely cry. But now there was more anger in her heart. Anger towards Jun Xiaoyao. "You're crying now? Then I'm sorry. It's not time for you to really cry." Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. He spat out lightly. Fourth seal of the Immortal Prohibition Seal, condense. In an instant, the scattered runes and Taoist laws at the place where Jun Xiaoyao's avatar had exploded instantly gathered. It transformed into a powerful, space-freezing force. It was the fourth seal of the Immortal Prohibition Seal. Jun Xiaoyao had hidden the power of the fourth seal of the Immortal Prohibition Seal in his avatar. Long Yao didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to hide this move at all. Caught off guard, she was directly frozen in space, like an insect frozen in amber. Although this kind of restraint could be broken through very quickly for Long Yao. But now they were in the middle of a great battle. Every second counted. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile as he directly attacked. The moment he attacked, he used his ultimate move, the Heavenly Death Wheel. Jun Xiaoyao's hands seemed to be spinning the wheel of life and death, and his power was extremely strong. Although Long Yao couldn't move, the 9 avatars she summoned automatically protected her master, turning into a chaotic universe with purple light. Jun Xiaoyao summoned his 4 sacred physique avatars, suppressing the world. At the same time, the Heavenly Death will blast it out. One had to know that this wasn't Jun Xiaoyao's avatar attacking. It was his true body attacking. The power was simply incomparable. The 4 sacred physique avatars surged with power and blocked the 9 avatars. Then, the heavenly death will directly bombarded Long Yao, Er's body. Pucci. That space was completely destroyed. Long Yao, Er's delicate body retreated rapidly, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood, and her small face was extremely pale. Her delicate body was about to shatter, and cracks appeared on the surface of her body. She had taken a full blow from Jun Xiaoyao, even with the heavenly tyrant body and the ancient void dragon bloodline. She couldn't withstand it and was instantly severely injured. Of course, the 4th seal of the immortal prohibition seal was also broken. There was no trace of pity in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Long Yao Er's appearance was deceiving, but she was after all his old enemy, the Overlord. Jun Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't hold back. He used his ultimate move and attacked consecutively. Long Yao Er was severely injured and could only barely resist. However, in her body, there seemed to be the chanting of gods, causing her injuries to quickly recover. Even so, she was still absolutely suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao. Looking at the scene in front of them, all the surrounding geniuses were shocked by Jun Xiaoyao's methods. First, he used his avatar to fight Long Yao, or to gauge her strength and force her to use her 9 avatars. Then he had the 4th seal of the immortal prohibition seal in his avatar and schemed against Long Yao, then suppressed her. It could be said that every step was calculated to win. F***CK, not only is the Jun family's son of God powerful, but his mind is also like a ghost. I can't compare to him. Yeah, in front of the Jun family's son of God, I feel that Long Yao isn't even a fool. She's just a retard. Everyone present felt that way. In terms of scheming, Long Yao was simply crushed by Jun Xiaoyao in all aspects. She was just like a landlord's silly daughter. The Overlord clan has lost a lot of face this time. Everyone looked at each other. This battle between the sacred physique and the Overlord physique was enough to be recorded in history. However, it was a little special and would probably be passed down for thousands of years and become a classic that everyone praised. Chapter 804. In the current battle, Long Yao was at an absolute disadvantage and had suffered heavy injuries. Thinking about it, Jun Xiaoyao's avatar was able to fight with Long Yao for so long. Now that his main body had made a move, his strength was simply not on the same level. It was an unimaginable comparison. It was like a person who had painstakingly defeated the final boss. Just as he was feeling complacent, he suddenly realized that the boss had a second stage, and it was even stronger. Anyone would feel despair if they were in his shoes. Is this his true strength? Long Yao's snow-white chin was dripping with blood. She was completely suppressed. Only now did she realize how narrow-minded she was. A frog in a well couldn't talk about the sea, and a summer insect couldn't talk about the ice. She and Jun Xiaoyao were simply not on the same level. Apart from her brute force and strength, Long Yao was a naive and violent lowly. Even if she had a special trump card that could allow her physical injuries to heal quickly, it was impossible for her to withstand such a powerful attack. The Overlord's mentality is crumbling. Some geniuses shook their heads when they saw Long Yao's angry and anxious face. Killing people wasn't scary. What was scary was killing the heart. Jun Xiaoyao toyed with Long Yao like a sly old fox toying with a little girl. He could do anything he wanted to her. It's time to end it. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. To tell the truth, among the enemies Jun Xiaoyao was facing Long Yao's strength was indeed one of the best. After all, being able to destroy his avatar was enough to prove Long Yao's ability. Although this was a kind of insult to Long Yao. Unfortunately, Long Yao's intelligence was not enough. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and punched out with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, preparing to end the battle. No, I, Long Yao, am an invincible overlord. How can I be defeated? Long Yao shouted loudly. On her snow-white and delicate neck, there was a collar with a purple gold bell hanging from it. The purple gold bell fell, and with a loud bang, it turned into a purple gold bell that wrapped around Long Yao, Er's heavily injured body. This purple gold bell circulated with a hazy purple light, and a domineering emperor's aura spread out. The entire buried emperor stars, law, runes, appeared once again. That's the Overlord bell. The surrounding people could not help but exclaim when they saw the scene. So the thing hanging on Long Yao, Er's neck was not a bell, but a bell. This bell was called the Domineering Bell. It was the inherited monarch weapon of the tyrant body, just like the desolate god armor of the desolate ancient temple. No, that's not right. Although it has emperor's might, it's not a real emperor weapon. Could it be an emperor weapon's brand? Many sky prides came to their senses. Although the bell was filled with emperor's might, it was still far from being a true monarch weapon. Adding on the buried emperor star's laws, it was impossible for a true emperor armament to unleash its full power. In other words, the tyrant bell was only a brand of the imperial armament tyrant bell. However, even if it was just a mark, it was still strong enough. Jun Xiaoyao's 6 paths of reincarnation fist landed on the bell, causing it to let out a clang, but it didn't break through. Imprint of an imperial armament. Jun Xiaoyao smirked contemptuously. Who didn't have such a thing? Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, and a rune landed on his palm. Immediately, light burst out. The emperor's might was vast, and finally it turned into a battle axe filled with a desolate aura, as if it could split heaven and earth apart. Imprint of the ancient chaos axe. It's the ancient chaos axe. It was no longer a secret that Jun Xiaoyao had obtained the ancient chaos emperor's inheritance. It wasn't the first time Jun Xiaoyao had used the ancient chaos axe's imprint. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao activated the power of the 108 summer worlds in his body. Surging divine power and magic power were added to the ancient chaos axe. The axe chopped down. Heaven and earth collapsed, and the universe shattered. This terrifying power also caused the buried emperor stars, law, runes to flicker. This was a power that even a 9th stage saint would find difficult to resist. Boom! A loud explosion that seemed to split heaven and earth erupted. The purple gold tyrant bell's imprint was directly cracked by the ancient chaos axe's imprint, and then it exploded. Long Yao, who was inside, was also severely injured. Her face was as pale as paper, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. It wasn't that the tyrant bell's imprint was inferior to the ancient chaos axe's imprint. It was just that Long Yao, was severely injured and couldn't support the tyrant bell at all. Jun Xiaoyao hadn't been injured at all, and he had been in peak condition all this time. As such, it was only natural that Jun Xiaoyao was able to break through the barrier with a single swing of his axe. Jun Xiaoyao used his fingers as a sword again, and the 9-leaf sword grass swayed in the void around him. As the leaves shook, a terrifying sword chi exploded, cutting through the sun, moon, and stars. Puchi! Blood splattered everywhere. Long Yao, Er's tender arms and legs were cut off. Purple gold blood splattered everywhere. Jun Xiaoyao flashed forward again. Slap! A slap landed on Long Yao, Er's blood-stained face. Don't be so childish at such a young age, thinking of being a king every day. Jun Xiaoyao sneered. The childish correction palm was prepared for a childish girl like Long Yao. Long Yao was stunned and her mind was dizzy. Her entire worldview was about to collapse. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao stomped Long Yao heavily on the ground. At this moment, Long Yao had been turned into a human stick, and she was incomparably miserable. All the prodigies felt a chill down their spines when they saw the scene. Jun Xiaoyao was truly capable of doing such a thing. If it were anyone else, looking at Long Yao's delicate little face, they might have hesitated for a moment. It could only be said that Jun Xiaoyao was a ruthless person. However, what shocked everyone even more was that there was a dense light at the place where Long Yao's limbs were cut off, and new limbs were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. Although saint-level experts already had the ability to regrow severed limbs. However, it would still take a period of recuperation for it to grow back. It was absolutely impossible to be like Long Yao, whose limbs immediately began to grow back after being cut off. Even if it's the tyrant body and the ancient void dragon bloodline, the recovery ability can't be strong to this extent, right? All the prodigies felt incredulous. A deep look appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. He had indeed deliberately cut off Long Yao's limbs. Now he could be sure. Long Yao definitely had that heavenly book. This was also the reason why Jun Xiaoyao did not immediately kill Long Yao. Because he needed to get that heavenly book from Long Yao. If he could obtain this heavenly book, Jun Xiaoyao would truly be in an invincible position, and no one would be able to destroy him. How is this possible? Yao is an invincible overlord. How is this possible? At this moment, although Long Yao's limbs were rapidly growing and her internal injuries were also trying their best to recover. However, she had already exhausted too much and was unable to fight anymore. Long Yao's purple crystal-like pupils were filled with mist. She really wanted to cry. It seems that it's impossible to make this son of God a pet boy. However, this overlord of yours is quite suitable to be a little bitch. After all, you still wear a collar. The corner of Jun Xiaoyao's mouth curled into a sneer. He casually raised his hand, and the divine chains of order condensed into a dog leash. The other end was connected to the collar on Long Yao's neck. Seeing this, all the geniuses were dumbfounded. Did the overlord really become a dog? This was King awesome. This extreme humiliation made Long Yao clench her small canine teeth tightly. Her pink face flushed red, and there were tears of humiliation in the corners of her eyes. Even her sparkling and translucent ears were completely red. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was like a sadistic, black-bellied, and cold Prince Charming. Why do I feel that the Jun family's son of God is a bit perverted? But he's also handsome and cold when he's perverted. I also want to be led by the cold son of God with a dog leash. A female cultivator blushed and said excitedly, "The surrounding people, something's wrong with you." Right at this moment, an aged voice that carried a hint of anger suddenly exploded from the sky. "Enough, Jun family's son of God, isn't this a bit too much?" An old figure with a vast and mighty aura descended from the sky above the buried Emperor Star. It was Long Yao, Ur's guardian, the grand heavenly venerable expert Long Yuan. Chapter 805. Long Yuan saw the entire battle with his eyes. From the initial joy to the final disappointment, embarrassment, and anger he felt. Long Yuan's mood was like a roller coaster. As a great heavenly venerate, Long Yuan hadn't experienced such ups and downs in a long time. Originally, at his level, his state of mind was very calm and there wouldn't be any waves. But today, Jun Xiaoyao's actions had infuriated him. Looking at the miserable Long Yao, under Jun Xiaoyao's foot, Long Yuan's old face twitched. If he didn't know that the heavenly book Long Yao controlled had an extremely strong recovery ability, he wouldn't have been able to resist. He might not be able to hold himself back from attacking Jun Xiaoyao. What a terrifying aura. It's a superior supremacy. It's the ancient Void Dragon Clan's supreme elder Long Yuan, a great heavenly venerate. It wasn't just the people in the Emperor Great Opportunity Land. Many geniuses in the other realms of the buried Emperor Star raised their heads and saw the terrifying figure. A great heavenly venerate was already someone who stood at the peak. In addition, he had the unique bloodline talent of the ancient Void Dragon Clan. Long Yuan's strength was even stronger than an ordinary great heavenly venerate. I didn't expect that even such a powerhouse would appear. It seems that the Jun family's son of God can't touch the Overlord. That's not necessarily true. You know the Jun family's son of God's temper. He doesn't even care about the heavens, let alone a great heavenly venerate. All the geniuses' gazes fell on Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao had defeated Long Yao with absolute strength, but it wouldn't be that easy for him to kill Long Yao. Everyone was curious. How would Jun Xiaoyao deal with it? Great heavenly venerate! Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. He raised his head and looked indifferently at Long Yuan. Long Yuan frowned and said coldly, Jun Xiaoyao, as the dignified son of God of the Jun family, such humiliating means are beneath your status. Oh, I don't know where this son of God has been. Long Yao kept saying that she wanted to suppress this son of God and make him her boy toy. If that's the case, then what's wrong with this son of God suppressing her as a mother pet? Jun Xiaoyao's words made Long Yuan's old face twitch, and he was speechless. Everyone around them also sighed in amazement. As expected of Jun Xiaoyao, there was nothing wrong with his words. Furthermore, everyone noticed that Jun Xiaoyao still referred to himself as the son of God and not as a junior. In other words, Jun Xiaoyao was treating Long Yuan as an equal and wasn't being humble just because Long Yuan was a great Emperorian. Then what do you want? Do you really dare to kill Yao? Long Yuan's tone turned cold. The faint smile on Jun Xiaoyao's face also disappeared. His gaze was cold. Suddenly, he used his finger as a sword and activated the grass symbol sword technique. As the sword light flashed, a slashing sound rang out. Long Yao, his newly grown limbs were chopped off again. Ah, pain, pain! Long Yao's small face was deathly pale. Although she had extremely strong recovery abilities, it was clearly impossible for her to be immune to pain. Next time, the sword energy might land on her neck. This son of God wants to see if she's going to grow another head. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was cold. There were hissing sounds of cold air being sucked in from the surroundings. Jun Xiaoyao's methods were too sharp and ruthless. The head was connected to the origin spirit in the brain. If it was severed, it would be very troublesome and wouldn't recover as quickly as the limbs. Even if Long Yao controlled the heavenly book, it wouldn't do. It would have a great impact. Please don't. At the thought of her headless appearance, Long Yao really wanted to cry from fright. You impudent! Long Yuan's eyes were about to split open, his lungs about to explode. He had always been Long Yao's Tao protector. In his heart, Long Yao was like his own granddaughter. Who wouldn't be angry when they saw their own granddaughter being treated so cruelly? You also know how to be angry. Back then, when Overlord Body Xiang Fei used the blood of curses to plot against me, I was also very unhappy. Jun Xiaoyao sneered. What plot? I don't even know. Long Yao said, feeling wronged. It was clearly her sandbag that was killed by Jun Xiaoyao. How did it become Xiang Fei's plot against him? Looks like you don't know. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Long Yao. For a fool like Long Yao, she probably wouldn't have thought of such a move. Then it should be the plot of the Overlord Body Ancestral Hull. Damn it! Long Yuan couldn't watch any longer and raised his hand. The aura of a grand heavenly venerable erupted, causing the stars in the sky to tremble and begin to fall. A dragon claw made of magic power pressed down like the sky. It was incomparably majestic and collapsed in all directions. Of course, Long Yuan's move wasn't to kill Jun Xiaoyao. It was to snatch Long Yao back. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. One of his feet was still stepping on Long Yao's body, not to mention other things. Just the runes of the buried Emperor Star were enough to weaken the power of the dragon claw by more than half. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't worried. However, at this moment, in the depths of the stars in the distance, a zither sound blade suddenly swept over, shattering many stars along the way. The zither's sound blade landed on the dragon claw and directly cut it in half. Intense magic power ripples were set off in the universe's sky. Long Yuan frowned. Jun Xiaoyao was also surprised for a moment. Then, A hint of gentleness and nostalgia appeared in his eyes. A peerless woman in gray, holding a zither in her arms, came over like a fairy. Her gray robe was wide, and her sleeves fluttered in the wind, but it couldn't hide her proud figure. Her long black hair was long and messy, covering more than half of her face. Half of her face was exposed, and it was as fair as snow. It was breathtaking and beautiful like a dream. Although the eyes of the gray-clothed woman were covered by her black hair, they were still visible. It was as if the sun was destroyed and the stars were sinking, reenacting the terrifying scene of chaos. It was Jun Xiaoyao's guardian, the woman with double pupils. Ah, Jiu! Ah, Jiu, it's really you. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a gentle smile. Ah, Jiu also turned around, and a faint smile appeared on her usually cold face. A smile that could topple the world. Young master, it's been a long time. Ah, Jiu would only show such a smile in front of Jun Xiaoyao, because Jun Xiaoyao was the person she had been protecting all her life. After Jun Xiaoyao stepped on the Emperor Road and the ancient Ultimate Road, Jiu couldn't interfere too much due to the rules of the ancient road. Therefore, she could only cultivate on her own for the time being. Now that Jun Xiaoyao was about to reach the end of the ancient Ultimate Road, Jiu rushed over again. That seems to be the guardian of the son of God of the Jun family. She's so beautiful. She's the white-clothed supreme being of the Jun family. She's one of the 8 supreme beings under Jun Wuhui's command. She's born with double pupils. TSK to have such a peerless beauty as his guardian, and she's a woman with double pupils at that. I'm so envious. Many male sky prides had envious looks in their eyes. Who wouldn't want a powerful, loyal, and peerless beauty to be their guardian? Jun Xiaorao also felt a little emotional. Jiu wasn't like other women who would more or less accompany Jun Xiaoyao for a period of time. Jiu's companionship was quiet and unobtrusive. Most of the time, he would even ignore her existence. Jiu would only appear when Jun Xiaoyao needed help the most. Who wouldn't cherish such a woman who silently protected and gave her all? Chapter 806. Jun Xiaoyao also felt that Jiu's aura was much stronger than before. Before, Jiu was only at the quasi-supreme level. Now his aura was only slightly weaker than Long Yuan's. Lesser heavenly venerable. Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. From quasi-supreme to supreme, and then to lesser heavenly venerable. It seemed that he had only advanced by 2 levels, which was not much. But one had to know that in the 7 levels of supreme, each advancement was more difficult than the previous 9 levels of sage. Jiu could advance by 2 levels in such a short time, which was already extremely monstrous. But thinking of Jiu's polychoria talent, this kind of improvement was not incomprehensible. How dare you be rude to the young master? So what if you are an ancient void dragon, celestial venerable? Jiu's voice was as cold as frost as he stroked the charred-tail zither. If Long Yuan did not know, she did not mind attacking. Long Yuan's level was higher than hers, and he was also an ancient void dragon, celestial venerable. But Jiu also had the invincible polychoria, which could make up for the difference in level. You are that person. Long Yuan saw that his move was blocked and was about to get angry, but he immediately frowned when he saw Jiu. He knew that Jiu was the subordinate of the white-robed divine king, Jun Wuhui. Who was Jun Wuhui? He was the most amazing genius of the Jun family in recent times. He had cultivated for the shortest time, but his strength was close to the ancestors of the Jun family. With the Qi into 3 Pure Ones technique, he suppressed the burial ground, the foreign realm, and the world-suppressing sea. He was a hero in the hearts of many cultivators. Even the hostile forces of the Jun family could not help but sigh when Jun Wuhui was mentioned. The white-robed divine king was really a hero. Some people even thought that Jun Wuhui was the peerless figure closest to the heaven-abandoning great emperor in recent times. Even the ancient Void Dragon clan did not want to provoke such a figure. not to mention Jun Wu Hui. Even the king of God's 8 troops under Jun Wu Hui's command had their own merits and were all peerless figures. Long Yuan calmed down temporarily. In fact, he didn't want to offend the Jun family. "Now, can we talk calmly?" Jun Xiaoyao asked calmly. If not for the heavenly book, Jun Xiaoyao would not have wasted his breath. Long Yuan frowned slightly and was about to say something. In the depths of the universe, a domineering voice suddenly resounded. "Long Yuan, why should we be afraid? The ancient Void Dragon clan and my overlord Ancestral Hall are not afraid of the Jun family." Along with this domineering cold shout there was a loud sound. Rumble. In the depths of the starry skies, it was as if countless great stars had shattered. A domineering figure stepped forward with a monstrous aura. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed and stars fell from the sky. An expert. An absolute expert. In fact, that aura was even stronger than Long Yuan's. A majestic figure appeared. He was clad in pitch-black heavy armor, and his eyes shone with purple light, shooting out terrifying beams of light. That is, on the buried Emperor Star, many geniuses were startled. A great heavenly venerate of the ancient Void Dragon clan had just arrived. Then, one of the 8 divine kings, Ajio, appeared. Now, another peerless expert had appeared. This caused everyone to be somewhat astonished. They didn't expect the battle between the Overlord Physique and the Sacred Physique to cause such a chain reaction. It's the people of the Overlord Ancestral Hall. It seems that they can't sit still. In the depths of the universe, the experts of the immortal forces who were watching the show conversed. Long Yao had suffered a crushing defeat. It wasn't just about the face of the ancient Void Dragon clan. It was also a disgrace to the Overlord Ancestral Hall. The Overlord Ancestral Hall had a deep foundation, unlike the desolate ancient Sacred Palace. They had always been at their peak, but they had always kept a low profile. The desolate ancient Sacred Palace could only compete with the Overlord Ancestral Hall at its peak, when 3 sacred physiques existed at the same time. As for now, only one sacred physique Wu protector was left, not to mention the Overlord Ancestral Hall. Even the Overlord Star Tsang family could suppress the desolate ancient Sacred Palace. If Jun Xiaoyao, a complete sacred physique, hadn't come and saved the desolate ancient Sacred Palace, the desolate ancient Sacred Palace might have declined forever. However, it was also obvious how much the Overlord Ancestral Hall hated Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao had helped the desolate ancient Sacred Palace rise again. Secondly, he had destroyed the Overlord Star Tsang family. Thirdly, he had almost completely defeated the Overlord Long Yao, and even treated her like a dog. All these actions had made Jun Xiaoyao a thorn in the side of the Overlord Ancestral Hall. Now, the Overlord Ancestral Hall couldn't sit still anymore and sent out an expert. "It's him, Ba Tianjue." An expert was surprised. He was a peerless expert of the Overlord Ancestral Hall, and his cultivation had reached the supreme mystique venerable rank. Logically speaking, such a powerhouse would not easily appear and make a move. However, the Overlord had lost miserably this time. It was the most miserable battle in history. This influence would last for a long time, and the Overlord lineage might be the laughingstock of the 9 heavens immortal realm for a long time. Therefore, the people of the Overlord Ancestral Hall couldn't sit still anymore and showed up. Since when did the sacred physique lineage fall so low that we have to rely on schemes to win? Ba Tianjue spoke as soon as he showed up. His voice was mighty and spread across the universe. All the cultivators were stunned when they heard it. The battle between Jun Xiaoyao's avatar and Long Yao was called a scheme? The only scheme involved was that Jun Xiaoyao had hidden the 4th seal of the Immortal Forbidding Seal in his avatar. However, this was considered a normal battle tactic, and it had nothing to do with schemes. Besides, the Overlord lineage had once challenged 3 immortal kings of the foreign realm when they were sacred physiques. Wasn't that shameless? Besides, Jun Xiaoyao had already exposed the truth. Almost everyone knew about it. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was cold. He didn't expect the Overlord Ancestral Hall to be so shameless. Die for insulting the young master. The terrifying zither music turned into destructive sound waves as Ajio made his move. She didn't even care that Ba Tianjue was a supreme mystique venerable. To her, Jun Xiaoyao's reputation was as important as his life. It was something that Ajio had to protect. Humph. Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you're Jun Wuhui's subordinate. When has the Overlord Ancestral Hall ever been afraid of anyone? Ba Tianjue made his move. Purple blood wave. A tyrant fist was unleashed and destroyed the universe. Its might and Long Yao, Ai's tyrant fist, were simply not the same concept. What? Is he also a Overlord body? The Sky Prides, who didn't know much about the Overlord Ancestral Hall, were surprised. The purple blood and Overlord fist were exclusive to the Overlord body of the heavens. You're wrong. Overlord bodies are the same as sacred physiques. There are only a few of them in an era. How can anyone be an Overlord body? Some core experts of the Overlord Ancestral Hall can obtain the concentrated blood essence of the Overlord body and have part of the ability of the Overlord body of the heavens, some Sky Prides explained. I see. Many people understood. Ba Tianjue had the concentrated blood essence of the Overlord body. The concentration was much higher than that of the Conqueror Star's Tsang family. It was just like how Jun Xiaoyao would give his sacred physique blood essence to Wu, Hu, Ning Chen, Little Xian, and the others. Although the sacred physique and Overlord body weren't pure-blooded, they could still obtain part of the talent. Boom! Ba Tianjue and Ajio exchanged blows. Powerful ripples of magic power surged through the universe, and destructive runes burst out. Chaotic mist appeared in Ajio's eyes. The light from his polychoria split heaven and earth, and the zither music swept across the universe. As expected of the polychoria zither lady, one of the king of God's 8. Unfortunately, her realm is still one level lower. If they were in the same realm, Ba Tianjue wouldn't be able to defeat Ajio. However, his realm was 2 levels higher than Ajio's. Ba Tianjue's fist light was shocking. Purple chi surged as if it had destroyed 3,000 worlds. Even someone as strong as Ajio was forced to retreat. Her delicate body trembled, and blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. There were 7 realms of supremacy, and the difference between each realm was huge. It was far from comparable to the difference between the 9 levels of ascension. On the buried Emperor Star, Jun Xiaoyao saw a drop of blood at the corner of Ajio's mouth. His eyes suddenly became as cold as ice. Everyone could feel that the surrounding temperature seemed to be dropping rapidly. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao stepped on Long Yaoer's head. If you dare to hurt Ajio again, I, the Son of God, will kill the Overlord. Chapter 807. Jun Xiaoyao's voice spread in all directions. It could even be heard in the starry sky of the universe. All the Sky Prides felt their scalps go numb, and their gazes turned to Jun Xiaoyao. Was Jun Xiaoyao really going to kill the Overlord? If that was the case, it would definitely set off a huge wave. The ancient Void Dragon Clan and the Overlord Ancestral Hall would be furious. Perhaps it would set off an unprecedented immortal war that would sweep across the immortal realms. Son of God of the Jun family, stop! Long Yuan couldn't help but shout. How dare you! Ba Tianjue also shouted, and the sound waves shattered the universe. Let's see if I, the Son of God, dare or not. Jun Xiaoyao stepped heavily on Long Yaoer's little head. Long Yaoer cried miserably. She wanted to cry but had no tears. She was the Overlord, the indomitable Overlord who dominated the universe. Every generation of Overlords was enough to shock the world. They were the tide of the era. But what about her? Now she was being stepped on by Jun Xiaoyao, tied up with a dog chain and used as a bargaining chip. How could the word miserably describe it? Young master! In the starry sky, Ju saw this scene. Her eyes, which were always cold and indifferent, were filled with the vicissitudes of life. However, a slight ripple appeared in her eyes. This little boy who she had been protecting since he was born. Now he had grown to the point where he had the ability to protect her. This made Ju feel that her choice was not wrong. The person she protected also wanted to protect her. Jun Xiaoyao, are you going to start an immortal war? Can you bear the price? The anger in Ba Tianjue's eyes seemed to be able to burn the 9 realms. He was truly infuriated by Jun Xiaoyao. You can try and see if I, the son of God, have the guts. Jun Xiaoyao flicked his sleeves and said indifferently. Jiu had been his protector since he was young. She had been silently protecting Jun Xiaoyao without asking for anything in return. Jun Xiaoyao was an extremely protective person. There was no way Jun Xiaoyao was going to stand by and watch a beauty like her get hurt just to protect him. In fact, when he saw the drop of blood at the corner of Jiu's lips, he was shocked. Jun Xiaoyao had already sentenced Ba Tianjue to death. No, it was a death sentence for the entire Overlord Ancestral Hall. When he had the ability in the future, he would definitely destroy the Overlord Body Ancestral Hall and completely cut off this inheritance. In the future, Overlord Body Ancestral Hall might not even know when they died. The only thing that brought about their extinction was the drop of blood at the corner of Jiu's mouth. When the geniuses on the buried Emperor Star saw this scene, they all sighed incomparably. Who would dare to threaten a supreme, mystic, venerate powerhouse in the great saint stage? Only Jun Xiaoyao dared. Jun family, son of God, let's talk things over. There's no need for this, Long Yuan hurriedly said. The ancient Void Dragon clan originally didn't have much connection with the Overlord Body Ancestral Hall. The only connection was Long Yao. It could be said that without Long Yao, these two immortal forces wouldn't have any interaction. Now, Ba Tianjue was provoking them for the sake of the Overlord Body's face. However, he might sacrifice Long Yao. Long Yuan naturally didn't want to see this scene, so he wanted to be a peacemaker and hurriedly spoke to stop it. Is this the attitude of someone who injured me? Jun Xiaoyao? Jun Xiaoyao was still as cold as ever. Although he was only in the great saint stage, he wasn't afraid of facing the great heavenly venerate Long Yuan and the supreme mystic venerate Ba Tianjue. The atmosphere fell into a suffocating stagnation. In this atmosphere, a terrifying and boundless aura suddenly came from a place extremely far away. That aura carried a sense of desolation, and at the same time, a boundless battle intent swept across the endless space. The entire buried Emperor Star, including some of the Immortal Forces elders who were hiding in the dark, felt a strong and boundless battle intent. This aura is so strong. Could it be that another big shot has appeared? Who could it be? Could it be that the Jun family's experts have appeared? Many Immortal Forces experts were surprised and guessing. Long Yuan and Ba Tianjue had appeared on Long Yao's side. Jun Xiaoyao naturally couldn't only have one guardian, Jiu. The Jun family's people might have appeared. However, after sensing this aura, Jiu's expression revealed a hint of surprise. Light flickered in his double pupils. This aura, could it be him? No, it's impossible for him to come here. Just as everyone was still in shock, Yi Zichen suddenly spoke. A terrifying wave swept over from the depths of the universe. It was a vast sea of magic power, and a terrifying scene of thousands of beasts galloping appeared. Golden Swanee, Pixiu, Zhenhou, Fei, Baifeng, all kinds of ancient beasts gathered into a sea of destructive beasts and bombarded Ba Tianjue, Long Yuan, and the others. The aura of a supreme, mystic venerable. Who is it? Ba Tianjue's expression changed. His fist shook the world, and purple light surged, shaking the 8 directions. Boom! After the collision, Ba Tianjue's figure retreated a few hundred feet, smashing many ancient stars. His chest shook, and a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. As for Long Yuan, he was injured and retreated, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Although he was an expert of the ancient Void Dragon clan, his cultivation level was one level lower than a supreme, mystic venerable. Could it be that the Jun family's experts have come to show their strength to the ancient Void Dragon clan and the Tyrant clan? The big shot in the dark was surprised and very concerned about the situation. Under everyone's gaze, a stalwart figure stepped through the air. With every step he took, the entire universe seemed to tremble. The aura of a supreme, mystic venerable was boundless. It was a gray-haired man, and his cold face was crisscrossed with knife scars. The flames of war burned around him, and there was a wild, killing intent. He seemed to be the embodiment of war, and his life was filled with the flames of war. At the same time, there was a wild aura around him, and there were countless beasts circling around him. Who is he? Some of the geniuses were confused. There was no such person in the Jun family. It is indeed him. Ah, Joe's eyes flashed. The gray-haired man did not say anything. His cold eyes were vertical like those of a wild beast. He stomped his foot and charged toward Ba Tianjue. Wild heaven-slaying seal. The gray-haired man clawed with his 5 fingers, and a wild magic power gathered into a destructive seal. It was as if it was going to destroy everything. The galaxy rolled backward, and the void shook violently. The surging flames of war burned and boiled. Could it be? Ba Tianjue's eyes trembled. He seemed to have realized who the man in front of him was. But why would he appear here? However, there was no time for Ba Tianjue to think. He could only attack with all his might. The purple fist light illuminated the pitch-black universe. Boom! An unprecedented collision erupted, and it was as if a giant ancient star had exploded. The battle between the two supreme, mystique venerables was a shocking sight to behold. Countless runes of laws appeared on the surface of the buried Emperor Star to resist the shock waves caused by the battle between the two mystic venerables. However, what made everyone incomparably shocked was that, although they were at the same level, Ba Tianjue was at an absolute disadvantage and was forced to retreat. The gray-haired man charged forward once again. With a ferocious appearance, his palms appeared as though they were about to split the heavens. With a loud explosion, Ba Tianjue's body was split into 2. Bang! Boundless purple blood splashed out, sprinkling all over the universe. In all directions, the faces of countless people were dumbfounded and shocked. A supreme mystic venerate's body was destroyed in just a few moves. Moreover, it was Ba Tianjue's body that contained the blood essence of the tyrant body. Wasn't he too ferocious? Many people were shocked as they looked at the gray-haired man. Where exactly did he come from? He was ridiculously strong. With a shocking roar, Ba Tianjue's primordial spirit burst forth and tried to escape. His primordial spirit shouted with shock and anger, "It's you, god of war barbarian! Why are you here?" Hearing this, the sky prides on the buried Emperor Star and the surrounding people were stunned. Only then did some people come back to their senses. Their pupils were also filled with extreme shock. It's him, white-clothed deity, King Jun, Wuhui's subordinate. One of the deity kings, 8 deity kings, god of war barbarian. Chapter 808. In Jun Xiaoyao's previous generation, the most outstanding person in the entire Jun family was undoubtedly the divine King Jun Wuhui. In that generation, there was a saying, no matter how many geniuses you are, you can't even compare to a corner of the white robe. From this, one could see how famous the white-robed divine King Jun Wuhui was. However, he was not the most famous person. There were also his subordinates, the divine King 8. Every one of them was a hero among men, each with their own merits and outstanding existence. It was already enough for an ordinary powerhouse to have such a loyal follower. Jun Wuhui had a total of 8. At this moment, there was a majestic man with a stalwart figure, a crisscross scar on his face, and a head of gray hair that fluttered without wind. He was one of the divine King Eight, the Heaven Punisher, War God Man. It's my father's subordinate. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. Until now, Jun Xiaoyao had already seen 3 of the divine King Eight. The Polychoria Zither girl Audiobook, the Demon King Li Xian, the Heaven Punisher, War God Man. Audiobook had always been by his side as his guardian. Li Xian followed Jun Wuhui and guarded the eternal burial ground alone. Now, where did this Heaven Punisher, War God Man, come from? For some reason, Jun Xiaoyao felt a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. On the other side, in the depths of the universe, Ba Tianjue, whose physical body had been destroyed, could only escape with his primordial spirit. The Overlord Ancestral Hall will remember this matter. We will not let it go. Humph! You slandered the young master and injured the people of the divine King Eight. You still want to live. War God Man snorted coldly and stretched out his hand. Countless beast shadows appeared and turned into a fierce tide, wanting to drown Ba Tianjue's primordial spirit and kill him. However, at this moment, the entire universe seemed to have stopped for a moment. An indescribable supreme power enveloped the entire buried Emperor star and the surrounding universe through billions of layers of space. The entire buried Emperor star released an unprecedented light. All kinds of law patterns bloomed. This was the highest level of defense, which meant that an incomparably terrifying force was affecting this place. Of course, the first one to bear the brunt was the war god barbarian. He felt a fatal aura locking onto him. His glabella felt like it was about to split open, and a drop of blood flowed out. The power that was separated by billions of layers of space was not something a mystique, venerable rank like him could withstand. It wasn't even something that supremacy creation could resist. However, there was no fear in War God Barbarian's eyes. His beast-like pupils were filled with cold-killing intent. Haha, that's great. Dominating Sky Extinction's primordial spirit was incomparably glad, feeling that he had escaped from death. The real, peerless, big shot of the Overlord Ancestral Hall had made his move. How dare you destroy my body? The next one to die is you. Tyrannical Sky Extinction's primordial spirit was filled with resentment. However, at this moment, in another ancient, primitive, and dangerous star field, there was a dead and uninhabited ancient star. On the ancient star, there was only one ancient tree. It was so tall that its crown reached the Milky Way. This was the longevity ancient tree, and it contained boundless life essence energy. Although it was still inferior to the world tree, it was still a rare treasure, much more precious than the elixir of immortality. At this moment, an old man was sitting cross-legged on top of the longevity ancient tree's crown. The old man had white hair, but his cheeks were as smooth as a baby's. He was wearing an ancient and tattered robe, and it was impossible to tell which era he belonged to. His eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of history, as if countless years had passed. The old man was holding a bamboo fishing rod in his hand. The fishing line was condensed from the God law of order, and it hung in the dark depths of the universe. At this moment, the God law of order trembled slightly. The old man's withered lips curled into a faint smile. It's taken the bait. Boom! The old man swung the fishing rod in his hand. Endless Milky Way scattered like water droplets. An incomparably huge ancient beast was caught by the old man from the depths of the universe's Milky Way. This ancient beast was dozens of times bigger than the ancient star of life. Upon closer inspection, it was a star-devouring ancient beast. If anyone saw this, they would be so shocked that their eyeballs would pop out. The star-devouring ancient beast was an absolute ferocious beast in the universe. It could devour the sun, moon, stars, and many life stars. Even someone as strong as a prime would be devoured if they encountered a star-devouring ancient beast. However, at that moment, the old man had a relaxed expression on his face. He was using the god law of order as a line to catch the star-devouring ancient beast. However, just as the old man was about to reap the rewards of the battle, he suddenly frowned, and his movements paused slightly. At this moment, the star-devouring ancient beast swung its body. Its huge body, which was comparable to the immemorial Kuan Pong, shattered countless stars, and the fragments scattered in all directions. The star-devouring ancient beast disappeared into the dark depths of the universe. Seeing this, the old man was not angry. He only frowned, and his eyes, which were filled with vicissitudes of time, seemed to be able to see through endless space. Now that the water has become murky, all kinds of rotten fish and shrimps have escaped. It's the tyrant ancestral hall. That little thing, the tyrant sovereign, has just broken through from the chaos Tao venerate to the first tribulation quasi-emperor. How dare he provoke the Jun family? The old man shook his head slightly. Then the fishing rod in his hand shook. The fishing line formed by the god law of order scattered, broke through billions of dimensions and pierced through the universe, and rushed toward an ancient land. Humph! There seemed to be a faint groan in the void. The seventh forefather of the Jun family, Jun Tai. Suddenly, a voice filled with coldness resounded. At the same time, there was also a hint of fear. This was the old man who was in seclusion under the longevity ancient tree and fishing for stars. It was the seventh forefather of the Jun family, Jun Tai. Previously, the Jun family had participated in the immortal battle in the Huangtian mystic realm. There were also quasi-emperors from other mystic realms who attacked from a distance. In the end, they were stopped by the sixth forefather of the Jun family, Jun Taixian, who was drifting in the universe. Later, Jun Taixian destroyed Zulong with a single sword strike. The seventh forefather of the Jun family, Jun Tai, who was fishing for stars, was a figure of the same generation as Jun Taixian. His strength was naturally unfathomable. If the tyrant sovereign of the tyrant ancestral hall had awakened, I might have been afraid. But with a junior like you, Jun Tai smiled. There was no sign of life from the tyrant ancestral hall. It was obvious that the tyrant sovereign, who had broken through to the first tribulation quasi-emperor, was extremely afraid of Jun Tai and did not dare to attack casually. Jun Tai's eyes were deep as he looked somewhere. There's not much time left in the foreign realm. The seed of my Jun family's generation is called Jun Xiaoyao. He's a pretty good kid, Jun Tai revealed a gratified smile and continued to fish for stars in the universe with his eyes closed. Back at the buried Emperor Star, everyone could feel the supreme power in the unseen world. This is definitely not the power of a seventh stage supremacy. A quasi-emperor is secretly making a move. Some of the important figures who were watching the show were surprised. They did not expect the battle between the holy body and the overlord body to have such far-reaching effects. Even a quasi-emperor was secretly making a move. Everyone felt a sense of suffocation. Even someone as strong as Barbarian God of War felt like he was being suppressed to the extreme. The space between his eyebrows was about to split open and blood dripped out. Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change. He believed that his family would not remain indifferent. Sure enough, in less than a quarter of an hour, the supreme mighty force dissipated. Another powerful force is making a move. It's the Jun family's quasi-emperor. In the depths of the starry sky, many important figures were surprised. The Jun family was indeed as strong as before. They would not allow their own family to be bullied. Sure enough, they made a move. I wonder which ancient ancestor it is. Jun Xiaoyao smiled indifferently. He had long predicted this scene. Ba, Tianjue's primordial spirit, who had fled far away, was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. The quasi-emperor of the tyrant ancestral hall had actually stopped out of fear. Now, can you still run? Barbarian God of War's tone was cold. He stretched out a big hand, and the flames of war burned. The shadow of a beast appeared and surged forward like a wave. No, Ba Tianjua let out a cry of despair. Endless waves of magic power drowned his primordial spirit. The tyrant ancestral hall's supreme mystic sovereign had fallen. Chapter 809. At this moment, the entire buried Emperor Star was dead silent. On the buried Emperor Star, many geniuses' minds were buzzing and their expressions were blank. For many of them, this was the first time they had seen a supreme, mystic, venerable fall. In their eyes, such an expert was a heaven-like existence. But now he had fallen so easily. This caused people to be alarmed. Many people looked at the barbarian god of war with shock, astonishment, and amazement. Oh my God, he killed a mystic venerable of the Overlord Ancestral Hall just like that, as expected of the 8 divine kings. Nonsense! This is someone who followed the white-clothed divine king. There are no weak soldiers under a fierce general. He must have the courage. Many geniuses had yearning looks in their eyes. They also wanted to kill all their enemies to their heart's content. Then, barbarian god locked his gaze on Long Yuan. Long Yuan's hair stood on end, and a bone-chilling intent rushed up his spine. He was like a prey that was targeted by a hunter. Fellow cultivator, I didn't hurt anyone. Long Yuan hurriedly waved his hand. He had only attacked once, and it was blocked by Audiobook without causing any damage. Many people were speechless when they saw the scene. Long Yuan, who had the appearance of an expert, was now as timid as a turtle. However, everyone could understand. After all, a higher realm could suppress someone. Moreover, even a mystic venerable was killed by barbarian god in a few moves. It would be strange if Long Yuan wasn't afraid. Barbarian god coldly retracted his gaze and ignored them. He withdrew his mystic, venerable aura and descended on the buried Emperor Star. Jiu followed closely behind. On the buried Emperor Star, Jun Xiaoyao was holding Long Yao, by a dog leash made from divine order chains. Long Yao's limbs grew out again, and she was about to stand up. Jun Xiaoyao kicked Long Yao's little butt. Get down. Have you ever seen a dog walking on 2 legs? Long Yao was kicked to the ground again. You. Long Yao's face was red. She was kicked in the butt by Jun Xiaoyao in front of everyone. Since she was young, when had she ever suffered such humiliation? Although Long Yuan was sometimes strict with her, he would never hit her. He was even closer to her than his own granddaughter. But today, she seemed to have experienced an unprecedented nightmare. It was one thing to be defeated. Now, he didn't even have the right to be born as a human. No, a dragon. Although dragons and dogs were both animals. But she was a little female dragon, not a little bitch. In the eyes of this son of God, you are just a dog. Looking up to me is the attitude you should have. A cold smile appeared on Jun Xiaoyao's handsome face. If not for the fact that Long Yao still had value as a bargaining chip, he didn't mind killing him. However, looking at Long Yao, who was lying on the ground, wearing a necklace and tears in the corners of her eyes, Long Yao was stunned. Why was there an inexplicable joy in his heart? Could it be that he had awakened something strange? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. When he came back to his senses, War God Barbarian and Audiobook were standing in front of him. War God Barbarian was tall and muscular. His skin was bronze and covered in scars. His gray hair fluttered in the wind, and there were 2 crisscrossing scars on his cold face. His beast-like vertical pupils were filled with wildness. This was a man who looked like a demon. In terms of temperament, he was not inferior to the demon king Li Xian that Jun Xiaoyao had met in the burial ground. Anyone who got close to this man would feel oppressed and suffocated. But at this moment, facing Jun Xiaoyao, War God Barbarian restrained his aura and even pulled out a smile that he had never shown before. This smile was a little stiff and unnatural. Jiu was surprised when he saw this. War God Barbarian knew how to smile. This was simply unheard of. White-robed divine King Jun, Wu Hui's subordinates, war god barbarian, greets the young master. War god barbarian knelt down on one knee in front of Jun Xiaorao. This caused all the heaven's prides to be stunned. One had to know that this fierce person who knelt down in front of Jun Xiaorao was a supreme mystic venerable, and he had just killed another supreme mystic venerable. Such an expert actually knelt down in front of Jun Xiaoyao without hesitation. Senior, please rise. Thank you for your help this time. Jun Xiaoyao helped war god barbarian up with one hand. Jun Xiaoyao was still very respectful towards these subordinates who followed his father. Like father, like son. Young master's grace is admirable. War god barbarian's tone was full of praise. He had dominated the ancient road and completely defeated the overlord. He saw Jun Wuhui's grace in Jun Xiaoyao. In fact, the student might even surpass the master. But when he thought of Jun Wuhui, a dark cloud flashed across war god barbarian's eyes. War god barbarian, weren't you following the Lord to the border of the foreign lands? What's wrong? Ajio hesitated. This matter. War god barbarian paused. The uneasiness in Jun Xiaoyao's heart surfaced again, but he also understood that this matter was not suitable to be discussed in public. Senior, let's talk about this later, Jun Xiaoyao said. War god barbarian nodded. Ajio. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Ajio. Young master. Ajio nodded. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward and personally wiped away the blood on Ajio's lips. Young master. Ajio was stunned for a moment. She did not expect Jun Xiaoyao to do this. Fortunately, war god senior barbarian killed Ba Tianjua today. Otherwise, I would be very unhappy. Jun Xiaoyao said, Young master has grown up. Now you want to protect Ajio. Ajio's lips curled into a beautiful smile, although she did not ask for anything in return. Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao cared about her so much, she was still happy. If I had the strength, I would protect anyone I want to protect. Unfortunately, I'm not as strong as Ajio. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Ajio believes that with young master's talent, it won't be long before you surpass Ajio's cultivation, Ajio said. At this moment, a cough sounded. Ahem, that son of God of the Jun family, shouldn't we have a talk? Long Yuan also retracted his aura and descended on the buried Emperor Star. His expression was a little awkward, but there was nothing he could do. Jun Xiaoyao was chatting with war god barbarian and Ajio as if nothing had happened. But the problem was that Jun Xiaoyao was holding Long Yao, Er's hand like a little bitch. What was going on? Did the ancient Void Dragon clan not care about their reputation? Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Earlier, this son of God wanted to talk, but you wanted to fight. Now you want to talk. Long Yuan's face alternated between green and white, and his heart was filled with hatred. However, he did not hate Jun Xiaoyao but Ba Tianjua. If Ba Tianjua had not attacked so impulsively, the situation might not have turned out this way. At this moment, golden light bloomed in the void again. A figure wearing golden armor appeared. It's the executors of the ancient road. Why did they only appear now? Some of the prodigies looked over. The executor of the ancient road looked a little embarrassed. It could be said that it was a fight between immortals just now. He could not afford to offend either side. However, the executor still braced himself and said, Son of God, we executors also hope that Son of God can spare Ba Tianjua's life for now. After all, you are all qualified to become seeds. Seeds? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered. Young master, the executors are related to the gatekeepers, Battle God Barbarian said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. The gatekeepers were very prestigious and were revered by countless cultivators in the 9 heavens immortal realm. They were a group of selfless experts who had guarded the borders of the Outlander realm for countless epochs. Some of the executors of the ancient road were descendants of the gatekeepers. Jun Xiaoyao was only using Long Yao, as a bargaining chip. As long as you agree to this son of God's conditions, I can let Long Yao go, Jun Xiaoyao said. Son of God is truly magnanimous, the executor said, clasping his hands in praise. Long Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they could negotiate, it was fine. The conditions are simple, Jun Xiaoyao said. This son of God wants Long Yao or his heavenly tomes. Chapter 810. What? Heavenly book? The geniuses were startled at first, then their expressions changed. Everyone in the 9 heavens, celestial realm knew about the 9 great heavenly books. They represented the 9 ultimate Daos. Ordinary geniuses would soar to the sky after obtaining a heavenly book. They would cultivate a Tao to the extreme. Besides, there were rumors that if one could collect all 9 great heavenly books, they would be able to uncover their secrets and see a never-before-seen path. Although no one had ever collected all 9 great heavenly books, that didn't stop the cultivators from fantasizing. Some of the geniuses also came to a realization. They instantly understood why Long Yao had such a terrifying recovery ability. Even with the heavenly tyrant body and the bloodline of the ancient void dragon, her recovery ability couldn't be that strong. The only possibility was, so it's one of the 9 great heavenly books, the life book. Everyone was enlightened. Their previous doubts were answered. The life book could also be called the book of life, and so on. It controlled the Tao of life. In the ancient records, there were many geniuses who had obtained the life book. Although the life book couldn't bring a powerful attack to a cultivator, it could bring an insane vitality and recovery ability. For those who had the life book, regrowing a broken limb was nothing compared to it. Regrowing with a drop of blood, evolving the flesh, recovering the soul, nourishing the primordial spirit, and endless vitality. It could be said that as long as the vitality wasn't completely destroyed, it could be recovered with time. This ability was simply heaven-defying. It could be said to be the best life-saving ability. No wonder the great conqueror's recovery ability is so terrifying. He can regrow his limbs instantly. It turns out that he cultivated the life book. Unfortunately, so what if he cultivated the life book? In the end, he still lost to the son of God of the Jun family. The son of God of the Jun family's body is already unparalleled. If he obtains the life book, it's simply... Some people didn't dare to imagine anymore. Jun Xiaoyao's physical body was already unparalleled throughout the ages. If he cultivated the life book, who could destroy Jun Xiaoyao's body in the future? Even challenging someone of a higher level wouldn't be a problem. Unless their cultivation was several levels higher than Jun Xiaoyao's, it was almost impossible to injure Jun Xiaoyao. Impossible. You can't have the Book of Life. Long Yao, or who is lying on the ground, is agitated and can't help but shout out. She had already suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. If he allowed Jun Xiaoyao to obtain the Book of Life, he would not be able to do anything. Then wouldn't it be even more impossible for Long Yao, to make a comeback, without even the slightest bit of hope? Bang! Jun Xiaoyao kicked Long Yao's little butt again. Ah! Long Yao moaned in pain. Her little butt was red and swollen. There's no room for a dog to speak here, Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. Long Yao gritted her teeth, feeling incomparably humiliated. This kind of humiliation and torture was even more humiliating than losing a battle. However, in this kind of extreme humiliation, there was also a kind of indescribable feeling of depravity spreading in the bottom of Long Yao's heart. This indescribable feeling caused her snow-white skin to turn pink. His entire being seemed to have become a little strange. Jun Xiaoyao did not care about Long Yao, and looked at Long Yuan. He was the target of the transaction. Long Yuan's hand also clenched. To be honest, he really did not want to give the Book of Life to Jun Xiaoyao. Although Long Yao lost miserably this time, part of the reason was because Jun Xiaoyao used his Dharma body to play with Long Yao It made Long Yao's state of mind a little unstable. If Long Yao could be brave after being humiliated and concentrate on cultivation, Long Yuan also had a way to let Long Yao continue to improve. Even if he did not directly defeat Jun Xiaoyao, he would at least try to catch up. But if he gave the Book of Life to Jun Xiaoyao, it would undoubtedly make Jun Xiaoyao even more powerful. There was almost no hope for Long Yao to make a comeback. Looking at the silent Long Yuan, Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. He stepped on Long Yao's little head. It seems that there is no room for negotiation. The Son of God gives face to the executors, but you don't give face to the Son of God. Seeing this, the executors frowned and looked at Long Yuan. Fellow Taoist Long Yuan, let's both take a step back. Long Yuan sighed and flicked his wrist, throwing an ancient scroll to Jun Xiaoyao. The Book of Life was not on Long Yao, but in Long Yuan's hands. Jun Xiaoyao caught it. This scroll was bronze in color, as if it was stained with copper green, and it looked incomparably simple. Jun Xiaoyao did not have to judge whether the Book of Life was real or fake, because he had 3 heavenly tomes. He could naturally feel that it was real. The Book of Life fell into the hands of the Son of God of the Jun family. It's really like adding wings to a tiger. Yeah, if the Son of God of the Jun family can collect the other heavenly tomes, he will be even stronger. No one knew that this was the 4th heavenly tomes that Jun Xiaoyao had obtained. Body Book, Space Book, Treasure Book, and Life Book. Of the 9 heavenly tomes, Jun Xiaoyao had obtained 4. Almost half of them were in Jun Xiaoyao's possession. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao would not deliberately publicize it, as it would cause trouble for himself. Long Yuan suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, "All right, I've given you the Book of Life. You can let her go now." Long Yao did not dare to say anything else, for fear of being kicked in the butt by Jun Xiaoyao again. However, she also felt despair in her heart. Now that Jun Xiaoyao had the Book of Life, it would be even harder for her to turn the tables. However, Jun Xiaoyao revealed a playful smile. He shook his head lightly. "Are you playing with me?" Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's attitude, Long Yuan was so angry that his body trembled. If it weren't for the buried Emperor Star's nomological suppression, his aura would have exploded. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was still calm as he said, "I, the Son of God, am not such a person. If we had a peaceful conversation from the beginning, that was indeed the only condition, and I would have let her go. However, you ignored my wishes to talk to you and chose to use force. You even injured my path protector. Shouldn't you settle this score?" Jun Xiaoyao was not someone who would go back on his words. However, he was also someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Jun Xiaoyao was not greedy. All he wanted was to have a good conversation with them from the very beginning. However, he had to use force and even injured Ajio. Jun Xiaoyao was naturally not so easy to talk to. "You're pushing your luck." Long Yuan's old face was ashen, and his heart was about to explode. Long Yao's delicate body was also trembling. She was quite angry, but she did not dare to speak any more. "Then you can take it that I'm pushing my luck. It just so happens that the ancient road is lonely. It's quite good to have a female pet to accompany me," Jun Xiaoyao said as he pulled. At the other end of the dog leash, Long Yao had a collar around her neck, was lying at his feet. Long Yuan's heart was bleeding when he saw this. He squeezed out the words from between his teeth. "What other conditions do you have?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. His handsome face looked very peaceful, and he even looked a little amiable. "I've heard that the ancient Void Dragon tribe has a precious treasure called the Spring of Life." Buzz. When he heard Jun Xiaoyao mention the Spring of Life, Long Yuan's head buzzed. His vision turned black, and he almost fainted. Jun Xiaoyao was treating the ancient Void Dragon clan like pigs to be slaughtered. Chapter 8:11. They were dragons, not pigs. It was obvious that Jun Xiaoyao was out to rip them off. The Spring of Life was one of the most precious treasures in the 9 heavens immortal realm. It was comparable to the world tree. A drop of the Spring of Life could cure the dead and bring bones back to life. It could also replenish life essence and was a rare alchemy material. It had many wonderful uses. Even the ancient void dragon tribe only had 1 drop of the Spring of Life. In the 9 heavens immortal realm, a drop of the Spring of Life could be sold for a sky-high price. This is extortion. Long Yuan roared like an angry lion. Even with his mental state as a great heavenly venerate, he couldn't remain calm. Humph! Watch your attitude toward the young master. War god barbarian stepped out, although he didn't reveal any aura. Although he didn't reveal his aura, his beast-like eyes were emitting a dangerous, cold light. Long Yuan choked. He couldn't release the pent-up anger in his heart. As the great elder of the ancient void dragon tribe, he had never felt so humiliated. Moreover, he was humiliated by a young man. This young man was too terrifying. Even the surrounding geniuses were speechless, let alone Long Yuan. They didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to be so bold as to extort them. The ancient void dragon tribe was one of the most mysterious and powerful dragon tribes. Although they kept a low profile, no one dared to provoke them. Yet they were being ripped off by Jun Xiaoyao. The executors of the ancient roads' lips twitched, but he wisely chose to remain silent. He was only here to mediate. There was no need to stir up trouble for himself. Of course, you can choose to refuse. I, the son of God, just have another dog. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Demon, he's a demon. Long Yao, who was lying on the ground, repeatedly repeated in her heart. Long Yuan's face twitched. He couldn't let Long Yao become Jun Xiaoyao's dog. Wouldn't that be rubbing the faces of the ancient void dragon tribe and the overlord ancestral hall on the ground? Besides, Long Yao was a rare member of the ancient void dragon tribe. She had the ancient golden dragon bloodline, which was extraordinary. Strictly speaking, Long Yao his ancient golden dragon bloodline hadn't fully awakened. Once completely awakened, Long Yao his strength would undergo a qualitative change. There was no way the ancient void dragons would give up on Long Yao. I need to contact the clan. Long Yuan exhaled and said in a deep voice. Although he was the supreme elder of the ancient void dragon clan, he did not have the right to decide where the Spring of Life should go. As one of the most ancient and rare bloodlines of the dragon clan, the ancient void dragon clan naturally had more powerful experts. But so what? Didn't he see that the quasi-emperor of Overlord Ancestral Hall had stopped? Therefore, even if Long Yuan called for more powerful people in the clan, it would be useless. It was better to think about how to solve the problem. Sure, but this son of God's patience is limited. I'll give you a result within 7 days, Jun Xiaoyao said. Long Yuan nodded, coldly, and left. He wasn't afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would do anything to Long Yao. As the successor of a clan of the remote antiquity, he still needed to maintain his dignity. And the executors of the ancient road were here as well. After Long Yuan left, the atmosphere of the buried Emperor Star eased up. Then, an earth-shattering uproar erupted. What happened today was enough to be praised by people for a long time. Oh my God, the son of God of the Jun family is really heaven-defying. The unprecedented battle between the sacred body and the overlord body is enough to go down in history. That's right. His Dharma body could fight with the overlord for so long, and his true body suppressed the overlord. That's right. When the son of God's true body stepped out, I felt like my scalp was going to explode. Many talented cultivators looked at Jun Xiaoyao with blazing eyes. The male cultivators worshipped him fanatically, while the female cultivators were fanatically infatuated with him. Since ancient times, Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who could play with the sacred body of the overlord like this. Not to mention that after the death of the dark venerable of the overlord ancestral hall, even the quasi-emperors couldn't do anything about it. Although these things had nothing to do with Jun Xiaoyao directly, They were all indirectly related to him. Jun Xiaorao had once again refreshed the world's understanding of him today. Young Master Jun is too handsome. Brother, this is the first time I feel that someone can beat you. Yunchang had also become Jun Xiaoyao's little fangirl. She didn't have the reservedness of a princess of the Ascension Jin dynasty at all. Looking at his cheap sister who instantly switched sides, the Ascension king shook his head helplessly. He looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a deep gaze and murmured in his heart, "No wonder he's an existence that can compete with the heavens." At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was the center of attention of everyone. Even the many immortal forces in the universe were sizing up Jun Xiaorao. Some of them were kind, some were curious, and some were cold. "Master." Princess Longji returned to her human form and came to Jun Xiaorao. Although she was injured and looked a little disheveled, it didn't diminish her elegance as the princess of the dragon race. "It's all my fault. Sorry to trouble you, master." Princess Longji bowed to Jun Xiaoyao. Long Yao, who was being led by a dog leash, actually felt a sense of empathy. She and Princess Longji were both from the dragon race. One was treated as a mount, while the other was being led by a dog leash. However, unlike Long Yao, Princess Longji had already submitted to Jun Xiaoyao wholeheartedly. "It's all right." Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. He had come here for the Overlord. It had nothing to do with Princess Longji. However, Princess Longji clearly thought that Jun Xiaoyao was here to save her. The Nine-Finger Sage Dragon Emperor's opportunity here is not bad. "Go and accept the inheritance," Jun Xiaoyao said casually. No. Such a precious opportunity should belong to you, master." Princess Longji hurriedly rejected. "You don't have to do that. If it's your opportunity, it's yours. If there's something I need, I'll take it," Jun Xiaoyao said. Then Princess Longji nodded and went to accept the Nine-Finger Sage Dragon Emperor's inheritance. The Nine-Finger Sage Dragon Emperor had one of his fingers severed by a mysterious genius when he was young. After that, the mysterious genius disappeared. Who could it be? Jun Xiaoyao thought of this rumor and couldn't help but be curious. In the next few days, Princess Longji also began to accept the Nine-Finger Sage Dragon Emperor's inheritance. There were various secret skills and secret manuals that were very valuable. After Princess Longji cultivated them, she could also pass them on to the dragon human race in the monarch's court. As for the other opportunities, Jun Xiaoyao only took some elixirs of immortality and divine elixirs. There was nothing else that interested him. The life book was as valuable to him as the great emperor's opportunity. 7 days are almost up. They should be here soon, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. He was sure that the ancient Void Dragon tribe would definitely compromise, because Long Yao's status in the ancient Void Dragon tribe was the same as Jun Xiaoyao's in the Jun family. The ancient Void Dragon tribe would not give up on Long Yao, this seed. "Once I get my hands on the spring of life, my powers will be transformed once more." Jun Xiaoyao smirked. He didn't choose the spring of life on a whim. It was because the spring of life was very useful to him at this stage. Chapter 8:12. Firstly, the spring of life was very helpful to Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation of the life book. The spring of life played an important role in Long Yao's ability to comprehend the life book so quickly. With the spring of life and Jun Xiaoyao's monstrous talent, he was able to quickly advance. In a short period of time, he was able to comprehend the mysteries of the life book. Secondly, the spring of life was also very helpful to Jun Xiaoyao's innerverse. Right now, Jun Xiaoyao's innerverse was still deathly still. There were no living creatures in it. If he had the spring of life, once Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation increased, he would be able to give birth to living creatures in his innerverse. The spring of life would be an important part of nurturing life. Jun Xiaoyao was making preparations for himself, planning ahead of time. If anyone knew what Jun Xiaoyao was thinking, they would definitely be shocked. Jun Xiaoyao had a very clear goal and plan for his cultivation path. 7 days later, Long Yuan arrived at the buried Emperor Star with a gloomy face. He coldly looked at Jun Xiaoyao and said, "You won't go back on your word this time, right?" Jun Xiaoyao gently smiled. "I, the son of God, have always been magnanimous and magnanimous. Naturally, I won't do such a thing. If pushed too far, even a dog would jump over a wall, let alone the ancient void dragon race." Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, knew when to stop and when to stop. However, when he said that, the mouths of all the surrounding prodigies twitched. What a magnanimous and magnanimous way of treating others. Wonderful! When Long Yuan heard this, he was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. He was a grand, heavenly venerate, but Jun Xiaoyao had made his Tao heart unstable. His mentality was about to collapse. "Big brother Xiaoyao, this is a shrimp pig heart." Jiang Luoli clapped her hands and laughed. Only Jun Xiaoyao could make a grand, heavenly venerate, so angry. "Take it." Long Yuan waved his hand, and a crystal that emitted spatial fluctuations fell into Jun Xiaoyao's hand. Upon closer inspection, there was a miniature spring within the crystal. Immortal light and spiritual mist rose from it, making it look like an immortal spring. Jun Xiaoyao probed it with his divine sense and nodded slightly. This was indeed the spring of life. There were only a few of them in the entire 9 heavens immortal realm. Even the ancient void dragon clan only had one of them, and Jun Xiaoyao had managed to pry it away. "All right, let him go." Long Yuan's face was cold. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand, and the dog leash in his hand disappeared. Long Yao could finally stand up. She turned to look at Jun Xiaoyao and gritted her teeth. Just as she was about to say something, she was interrupted by Jun Xiaoyao. "Stop spouting meaningless threats. Believe me, if you provoke me again in the future, I'll let you know what it's like to be a dog." Jun Xiaoyao's words made Long Yao's throat tighten. She did not dare to utter any threats anymore. "By the way, I know who you are, so don't you dare provoke me again." Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered. Long Yao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Her heart skipped a beat. It turned out that Jun Xiaoyao had already known who she was. He was right. Long Yao was one of the 7 defiant emperors too. As the nemesis of the sacred flesh, it was reasonable for Long Yao to be one of the 7 defiant emperors. However, similar to Ling Yan, Long Yao had yet to merge with the seal of Tao realization. She wanted to defeat Jun Xiaoyao with her own strength. It turned out that she was too naive. So naive that it was a little funny. If the will of the immortal realm had appointed her as one of the 7 defiant emperors, it clearly implied that she would not be able to defeat Jun Xiaoyao on her own. Long Yao did not say a word. She went over to Long Yuan. Jun Xiaoyao had taught her a lesson after battle. "Yao, let's go." Long Yuan sighed in his heart when he saw Long Yao acting this way. He was worried that something like this would happen. That was why he had been restraining Long Yao from being born. The ancestral hall of the Overlord Physique had deliberately set up a conspiracy. They did not hesitate to sacrifice Xiang Fei to plot against Jun Xiaoyao, paving the way for Long Yao's birth. However, it turned out that all methods were useless in the face of absolute strength. Jun Xiaoyao had slapped them hard in the face. Long Yuan left with Long Yao. This time, the ancestral hall of the Overlord Physique and the ancient Void Dragon clan had paid a huge price. The ancestral hall of the Overlord Physique lost a supreme, mystic, venerable one. The ancient Void Dragon clan lost the Book of Life and the Spring of Life. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, gained both fame and fortune after this battle. No one on the entire ancient road of Ultimate had a reputation that surpassed Jun Xiaoyao's. Even the Xianting's top outlawed prodigies, such as Ling Yan and Gu Tizi, could not compare to Jun Xiaoyao in terms of reputation. The son of God of the Jun family is truly heaven-defying. In this era of great strife, all the glory has fallen on him. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was revered by tens of thousands of people. Jiang Xingyi and Jiang, Luoli smiled proudly. This was the man of their dreams, whose aura shook the heavens and reigned supreme in the world. The Son of God is truly an eye-opener. No wonder he's qualified to be called a seed. The executor of the ancient road sighed. Seed. Jun Xiaoyao pondered the meaning of this. The geniuses buried in the dust of history, the unparalleled demon-level geniuses recorded in ancient history. The top geniuses of each era are known as the seeds. It's like burying a seed in the soil, waiting for it to blossom and bear fruit, the executor of the ancient road explained. The hope of every epoch, the most monstrous of prodigies, were called seeds. Among them, there was no lack of people who had self-severed multiple times. They were even more monstrous than the ancient freaks. This was because they were not sealed in a godly source or a treasure land. Instead, they were buried in ancient history, the most mysterious and powerful of prodigies. I see. It seems the future won't be too boring. Jun Xiaoyao smiled indifferently. With his current talent and strength, he could be called a seed of this era. Jun Xiaoyao felt that even after he finished walking the ancient road, the future would not be too boring. After all, in the future, the seeds buried in the various epochs of history would appear one by one. In this era of great strife, they would blossom and bear fruit. Next would be the era of the seeds. At that time, it would truly be a battle of 100 barges, and all kinds of people would compete for freedom under the frosty sky. Whoever won the competition would be able to dominate the world and ascend to the pinnacle. Of course, I'm looking forward to seeing the Son of God reach the end of the ancient road and participate in the ultimate trial. I'm sure he'll give those outlander dogs a big surprise. The executor of the ancient road looked at Jun Xiaoyao with eyes that shone with anticipation. He was a descendant of the gatekeeper bloodline and hated outlanders with a passion. In the 9 heavens immortal domains, he was very happy to see an outlier like Jun Xiaoyao appear. He also wanted to see Jun Xiaoyao sweep through all of the outlander realms. The ultimate trial. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes glittered. He had heard that in this epoch, if he could reach the end of the ancient road and pass the trial, he would be able to acquire incredible fortune. However, from what the executor of the ancient road was saying, it seemed that the ultimate trial would involve contact with the outlander realms. That was interesting. The ultimate trial has something to do with the god-myth emperor, the executor of the ancient road said with a smile. If the Son of God is lucky, he might be able to acquire a legendary treasure, the World Tree. What? Jun Xiaoyao said in shock. Chapter 813. If there was one thing that Jun Xiaoyao cared about the most right now, it would be the inner verse. Jun Xiaoyao was a monstrous genius, and he had almost no bottlenecks in his cultivation. Jun Xiaoyao could break through realms that others found difficult, as easily as eating and drinking. However, if there was a bottleneck for Jun Xiaoyao, it would be the inner verse. One had to know that, generally speaking, only the top experts among the supremes would have the initial contact with the creation of a small world. Perhaps only a quasi-emperor expert would be able to create a decent inner world or inner verse, and so on. As for Jun Xiaoyao, he was only in the great sage realm. A great sage realm cultivator with an inner verse was an unprecedented existence. Jun Xiaoyao had also walked his own path and had his own Tao, which was why he was able to create an inner verse at such a young age. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao's inner verse belonged to him alone, and had nothing to do with the laws of the 9 heavens immortal domain. Therefore, it was naturally more difficult to expand the inner verse. It was many times more difficult than cultivating in an ordinary world. This was also the reason why Jun Xiaoyao wanted to obtain the spring of life, to provide energy for the inner verse. However, if one were to talk about what supreme treasure possessed the most vigorous world energy, it was none other than the World Tree. This was something that even great emperors would be tempted by. Even Jun Xiaoyao did not expect that such a supreme treasure would appear in the ultimate trial. Jun Xiaoyao was filled with anticipation for the ultimate trial. He had to obtain the world tree. All right, if Son of God reaches the end of the ancient road, someone will naturally lead you to the ultimate trial. I will take my leave first. The executor of the ancient road cupped his fists. Jun Xiaoyao returned the gesture. Brother Jun has indeed broadened our horizons. I look forward to meeting Brother Jun at the end of the ancient road. The Feather King walked up, his hair white as snow, and he looked handsome. He cupped his fists at Jun Xiaoyao and smiled. He was also preparing to go into seclusion to digest some of the Feather Emperor's inheritances. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Oh, that's right. Brother Jun, do you know why we did not see any of the successors of the Supreme Xianting on the buried Emperor Star? The Ascendant King suddenly asked. Could it be that Tao Brother Ascension knows something? Jun Xiaoyao asked. I do know a little. It seems that the Xianting is currently holding a competition for the position of the young emperor, Yu Hua King said. I see. Jun Xiaoyao was enlightened. Previously, he was also puzzled as to why he didn't see anyone from Xianting on the buried Emperor Star. It turned out that they were selecting a young emperor. The Xianting young emperor selection is at a place called the Immortal Steel Forest. The opportunities there aren't any less than the buried Emperor Star. Brother Jun has some friction with the descendants of the Xianting. I'm just reminding Brother Jun that the Xianting's waters are too deep. Ling Yan, Gu Tizi, and the others should not be underestimated. The Ascendant King warned sincerely. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Yu Hua. Jun Xiaoyao nodded faintly. It went without saying that he would not underestimate the Supreme Xianting. After all, the formidable faction had once ruled the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Thus they possessed a terrifying background. Even someone as strong as the Jun clan was unwilling to fall out with the Supreme Xianting. If the immortal court and the Jun family were to go to war with each other, the impact would be too far-reaching. It would be more serious than an ordinary battle between immortals. The whole Nine Heavens immortal realm would be affected. As such, some of the people of the Jun clan did not agree with the idea of competing for supremacy. They split off and became the hidden branch of the Jun clan. Jun Xiaoyao had never underestimated the successors of the immortal factions. If the Xianting's young emperor was selected, the successors of the immortal factions would most likely team up, which would put Jun Xiaoyao in a disadvantageous position. However, Jun Xiaoyao was confident in himself. He had nothing to be afraid of with his absolute strength. The Xianting's young emperor will only be selected between Ling Yan and Gu Tizi. Who will it be? Jun Xiaoyao was a little curious. The Ascendant King left the place, followed by Yu Yunchang. She glanced at Jun Xiaoyao reluctantly. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. She had not spent much time with Jun Xiaoyao. As a matter of fact, she had barely spoken to Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor and bearing had already won over the delicate and noble princess. Young Master Jun, I look forward to seeing you again. Yu Yunchang blushed slightly. She turned around and glanced at Jun Xiaoyao before leaving with the Ascendant King. See you again. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. However, his gaze wasn't on Yu Yunchang. It was on the Ascendant King. He hid it very well. Friends are so extravagant. Jun Xiaoyao sighed in his heart. At the side, Jiang Luoli wrinkled her nose. She was like a little rabbit that had smelled danger. Brother Xiaoyao is too outstanding. There are more and more women who like him, Jiang Luoli mumbled. She was regretting it now. Previously, in the gate of life and death, in the Yuan spirit world. Why was she so shy? Why wasn't she bolder? She might have been able to make love with him. Don't worry. Xiaoyao is not someone who will indulge in love. He is destined to become a king in the future, Jiang Xingyi mumbled. After that, the crowd gradually dispersed as they spread the news of what had happened in all directions. No one dared to think about the Nine-Finger Sage, Dragon Emperor's opportunity anymore. The big shots in the universe also left. Some of them started to reevaluate their relationship with the Jun family. If Jun Xiaoyao didn't die, He was destined to be a supreme figure who ruled over the ages and stood in the river of time. By then, it would be very difficult to deal with the relationship with the Jun family. Seeing that the crowd had dispersed, Jun Xiaoyao turned to the god of war barbarian and asked, "Senior god of war barbarian, a Jew said that you came from the border of the foreign domain. I wonder if my father—" Jun Xiaoyao wanted to say something, but stopped. He knew that Jun Wuhui's 3 pure ones guarded the 3 great forbidden lands. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao was very concerned about Jun Wuhui's situation. Although he had never seen this father of his and had never experienced fatherly love, Jiang Rou had told Jun Xiaoyao more than once when she was young, "Your father is an indomitable hero. Don't resent him for not being by your side." Jun Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't resent Jun Wuhui. He was a transmigrator and was very mature. He wouldn't be like a child. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, had some respect for Jun Wuhui. At least, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't be so selfless. My lord, God of war barbarian's voice was low and dark. Jun Xiaoyao slowly exhaled and said, "Senior, please speak." My lord's aura disappeared. God of war barbarian said in a low voice, "What? Jiao?" Jiang Xingyi, Jiang Luoli, and the others' expressions all changed. They didn't expect God of war barbarian to bring back such news. My father's aura disappeared. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes trembled slightly. He couldn't calm down. Jun Xiaoyao's coldness and heartlessness were only used against his enemies. Jun Xiaoyao cared a lot about his family. I'm not too sure about the specific situation because my lord didn't suppress Imperial Pass but went deep into the foreign domain. He alone is the most powerful deterrent. However, there seems to be a terrifying Dao sound in the foreign domain that even affected the border. The light of the great emperor illuminated the 9 heavens. Maybe a new great emperor was born in the foreign domain. God of war barbarian's tone was extremely serious and cold. Chapter 8:14. A new emperor has been born in the foreign realm. Jun Xiaoyao was silent. His pitch-black hair slightly covered his deep eyes. No one knew what Jun Xiaoyao was thinking at that moment. However, when he thought about the disappearance of Jun Wuhui's aura and the possibility that a new emperor had been born in the foreign realm, even a fool would know that there must be a connection between the two. Xiaoyao, brothers Xiaoyao, Jiang Luoli and Jiang Xingyi walked up to Jun Xiaoyao, one on the left and the other on the right. Their expressions were full of worry and pity. Jun Xiaoyao had never seen his father with his own eyes. He finally heard news about Jun Wuhui, but it turned out to be like this. If it were anyone else, they would find it hard to accept. Jiang Xingyi was a little worried, and Jiang Luoli's eyes were slightly red. It's okay. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand indifferently. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were as deep as the sea under the night sky. As expected of the young master, such a temperament, war god barbarian also had a hint of admiration in his heart. Jun Xiaoyao's performance was not because he did not care about Jun Wuhui, but because he could control his own mentality and emotions. Temperament was more important than any talent or cultivation. Young master, don't worry. Jiao thinks that the Lord's aura has only disappeared, and that there is no real accident. Jiao also went up to comfort him. Yes, young master. Not to mention that the Lord's strength is unfathomable. Even if there is an accident, it is just one of the 3 pure ones, War God Barbarian said. The reason why he wasn't too worried was that Jun Wuhui, who was in the alien realm, was just one of the clones of the I Chi turning Sanqing. Even if there was an accident, it would not cause any fatal damage to Jun Wuhui. I understand. Thank you for passing the message, Senior. Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands and said, I didn't return from the border just to deliver a message to the young master. Master had previously said that whenever he disappears, that would be the beginning of the foreign side's restlessness. What follows might be great waves, the curtains of a great world of chaos being drawn. That's why I have to go back to the June family and report some things, so that the June family can prepare countermeasures and plans," the barbarian god of war said. June Xiaoyao cupped his hands solemnly. "All right, then I'll have to trouble Senior. If it wasn't for War God Barbarian, he wouldn't have known about this. Then take care of yourself, young master." Oh, right, when master is free, he often looks in a certain direction alone. That's the direction of the June family of the Emperor State. War God Barbarian cupped his hands towards June Xiaoyao and left. These words made Jiang Luoli, Jiang Xingyi, and the other women present feel a faint sadness in their hearts, and their eyes reddened. Heroes also had tender feelings. How could Jun Wuhui not care about his wife and children? However, he had more important things to do. It was very difficult to not let down the people and his wife. Even someone as powerful as the Emperor of No End couldn't do both. Jun Xiaoyao clasped his hands behind his back and left alone. "Xiaoyao," Jiang Xingyi shouted, "don't come over. Let me be alone for a while." Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. Jiang Xingyi and Jiang Luoli both felt bitter in their hearts. Jiao sighed slightly and said, "You don't have to worry too much. I believe in young master. Xiaoyao is too tired." Jiang Xingyi's voice was filled with pity. The world only saw Jun Xiaoyao's endless glory, sweeping the ancient road and shining brightly. However, they didn't see the loneliness and pressure in his heart. He was fighting against the heavens alone. There was also the sentence he left behind when he walked the ancient road alone. "When I become an immortal, I dare to ask the sun and the moon to change the sky." The goal that Jun Xiaoyao had set for himself was simply too high. It was so high that ordinary elites didn't even dare to think about it. When a person's heart was proud and stood at the peak, what he experienced was not only invincibility, but also loneliness. The strong were always lonely. This was also the reason why Jiang Xingyi worked so hard to cultivate. She hoped that she could become a ball of fire and warm Jun Xiaoyao's lonely and cold heart. For 10 days, Jun Xiaoyao stayed in an ancient cave. He didn't cultivate, didn't read the Book of Life, and didn't do anything. He just emptied his mind and didn't think or do anything. Jun Xiaoyao understood that the state of mind was more important than anything else. "I'm still too weak." Jun Xiaoyao sighed. If the other elites heard this, they would definitely cry out. Jun Xiaoyao was an old Versailles man. If he was still weak, then wouldn't the other elites of this era be so ashamed that they would commit suicide? Jun Xiaoyao was still very young. He was only in his 20s. He was the only one in history to have such strength at such a young age. Now, who below the supremacy stage could deal with Jun Xiaoyao? "Xiaoyao, can I come in?" Jiang Xingyi's gentle voice came from outside the ancient cave. For 10 days, Jun Xiaoyao had been in the ancient cave. They were a little worried. Jiang Luoli was very distressed and didn't know how to comfort him. So Jiang Xingyi came to check. "Sister Xingyi, come in," Jun Xiaoyao said. Jiang Xingyi came in and saw Jun Xiaoyao sitting cross-legged on the ground. He was as quiet as a virgin, like a handsome god. Jun Xiaoyao did not look as dejected or disappointed as he had expected. "Why, Sister Xingyi, do you think I'm hiding here alone and crying?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Jiang Xingyi breathed a sigh of relief. Jun Xiaoyao was still able to joke, which meant that he wasn't affected too much. "We're all very worried about you," Jiang Xingyi said. "I'm fine. I just want to stop and rest occasionally. After that, I still have to continue on my way to the ultimate trial ground," Jun Xiaoyao said. Jiang Xingyi's clear eyes fixed on Jun Xiaoyao and then suddenly knelt down beside Jun Xiaoyao. "If you want to rest, then lie down." Jiang Xingyi patted her thigh with her jade-like hand. Jun Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment, then smiled and didn't stand on ceremony. He directly lay down and rested his head on Jiang Xingyi's soft and plump thighs. The touch was wonderful. She was a peerless goddess admired by countless male cultivators on the ancient road. At this moment, who could refuse her? Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who deserved such treatment. To be honest, I'm actually a salted fish. I don't want to be a hero like father. What does the common people have to do with me? As long as the people around me are safe and happy, it's fine, Jun Xiaoyao said. This idea might be selfish, but Jun Xiaoyao was indeed such a person. He couldn't sacrifice himself for the common people who had nothing to do with him. Xiaoyao, heroes don't create the times, but the times create heroes. In this era of great strife, someone is destined to stand up and suppress all enemies. And that person is you, Xiaoyao. You are destined to be a hero. Jiang Xingyi's words were faint. She stretched out her hand and stroked Jun Xiaoyao's handsome side profile. There was a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. In fact, not all women wanted their beloved to be a peerless hero, because heroes had to bleed and sacrifice many things, and she couldn't bear to. Hero? Jun Xiaoyao said. He inexplicably remembered a very famous sentence in his previous life. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Perhaps Jun Wuhui had such a belief. Otherwise, he wouldn't have written in the amulet that he left for Jun Xiaoyao. A gentleman has no regrets in his life. Thank you, Sister Xingyi. I suddenly feel much better. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Although there was nothing wrong with his mentality, chatting with Jiang Xingyi calmed his heart. Jiang Xingyi had that kind of ability. She was like a gentle and amiable big sister next door. She was intellectual, mature, and beautiful. By the way, I said before that when we finish the ancient ultimate road, I will give you a promise. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly thought of this. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xingyi stretched out a finger and sealed Jun Xiaoyao's lips. Xiaoyao, there's no need to say anything. I know you still have a long way to go, especially after learning about your father, Jiang Xingyi said considerately. After learning about Jun Wuhui's situation, Jun Xiaoyao naturally felt more pressure. He wanted to cultivate and become stronger. He didn't have any extra time or energy to think about love. But Jun Xiaoyao wanted to say something, but stopped. It doesn't matter. Let me wait 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years. It doesn't matter. As long as the person in the end is you, it's fine. Jiang Xingyi smiled gently. Her smile was peerlessly beautiful. Her words were very straightforward, almost no different from a confession. After experiencing so much, Jiang Xingyi also recognized her own heart. In this life, she only had Jun Xiaoyao. Since she had already made up her mind, why should she care about so many disturbances? Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao fell silent for a moment. Then he suddenly straightened his body. Under Jiang Xingyi's extremely surprised gaze, he kissed her red lips. Xiaoyao. Before Jiang Xingyi could finish her words, her lips were sealed. She couldn't calm down and her heart was in turmoil. She didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to do this. One had to know that Jun Xiaoyao's personality had always been cold and indifferent, like the white moonlight. He was extremely indifferent when it came to matters of the heart. He didn't pursue anything and just let nature take its course. Countless women liked Jun Xiaoyao, and he never lacked women by his side. But none of them could get the slightest response from Jun Xiaoyao. But now, Jun Xiaoyao actually took the initiative. This was the first time something like this had ever happened. Jiang Xingyi's beautiful eyes sparkled. Those were tears of joy. She didn't think about anything else. She closed her beautiful eyes and her eyelashes trembled slightly. She was intoxicated by the gentleness. She opened her mouth slightly and exhaled a lilac fragrance, enthusiastically responding to Jun Xiaoyao. Amidst this warm silence, a voice rang out. A clear voice, like an oriole leaving the valley, sounded. Sister Xingyi, Brother Xiaoyao, someone outside is looking for you, Jiang Luoli shouted. As soon as she entered the ancient cave, she saw the two kissing. Chapter 8:15. Jiang Luoli stopped in her tracks, and her big eyes seemed to have frozen. She was at a loss as to what to do. She stood there, her mind buzzing and blank. She didn't know what expression to show on her delicate little face. Luo Li. Jiang Xingyi was a little flustered as she separated from Jun Xiaoyao, although she had already recognized her own heart. She couldn't be intimate with Jun Xiaoyao in front of Jiang Luoli without any scruples. After all, Jiang Luoli was the first to say that she wanted to be Jun Xiaoyao's wife. She was also Jiang Rou's daughter-in-law. At that time, the Jiang family even wanted Jiang Xingyi to be a matchmaker. Of course, even the matchmaker had been abducted by Jun Xiaoyao now. Jiang Xingyi was a little embarrassed. She could ignore the outside world's comments and the fact that she wasn't related to Jun Xiaoyao by blood, but she only felt guilty towards Jiang Luoli. In the end, it was all because she had feelings for Jun Xiaoyao that she shouldn't have. Luo Li, what's the matter? Jun Xiaoyao was very calm and composed. To him, this was a matter of nature. Everything was done according to his heart. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. If he had to think for a long time before kissing a woman, what would that be? Oh, that it seems that the people from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground are here. Jiang Luoli stammered as she answered, a forced smile on her little face. Then let's go take a look. Jun Xiaoyao got up and walked out of the ancient cave. Jiang Xingyi also got up and looked at Jiang Luoli. Luo Li, Unexpectedly, Jiang Luoli shook her little head hard, her twin ponytails swaying. Sister Xingyi, don't say anything. Thank you for caring about my safety before, and thank you for caring about Brother Xiaoyao. Brother Xiaoyao should need someone as gentle as Sister Xingyi now. Jiang Luoli smiled brightly. Jiang Xingyi was stunned. She really felt that Jiang Luoli seemed to have grown up and become more sensible. She was so sensible that it made one's heart ache. However, Luoli won't let go either. Let's call it even this time. Jiang Luoli clasped her hands behind her back and turned around. Then she looked back with a smile and walked out of the ancient cave. Even Jiang Xingyi was puzzled. He didn't know what that meant. Naturally, she didn't know that Jiang Luoli had asked Jun Xiaoyao for a reward and kissed him when they were in the primordial spirit world inside the life and death door. Sigh. Luo Li, who can you hide your thoughts from? Looking at Jiang Luoli's bouncing back, Jiang Xingyi sighed slightly. She had watched Jiang Luoli grow up, so she naturally knew her well. Although Jiang Luoli smiled, she didn't seem to care. However, she was probably a little jealous. After all, as long as one was a woman, who wouldn't mind? Although in this world it was normal for the strong to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and even 3,000 beauties. However, which woman didn't want to take only one out of 3,000? Luo Li, I won't let go either. Jiang, Xingyi muttered to herself. She could give anything to Jiang Luoli. Only Jun Xiaoyao she wouldn't let go. Outside, a beautiful woman in a palace gown stood in the sky. She had restrained her aura, but just by looking at her appearance, one could tell that she was definitely a superior supreme. Jun Xiaoyao walked out with his hands behind his back, his clothes as white as snow. He saw the beautiful woman at a glance. On the other side, seeing Jun Xiaoyao leave the cave, Jiu also went forward. Young master, you're finally out. Jiu said with concern in her eyes. Sorry for making you worry. Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly. Young master, it's good that you're fine. Jiu nodded slightly. She wasn't good at comforting people, but she was good at silently protecting them. Senior, you are. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the beautiful woman in the sky. Seeing this, the beautiful woman didn't dare to put on any airs and descended from the sky. The famous son of God of the Jun family. Today, I see that you live up to your reputation. I am an elder of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. The beautiful woman smiled kindly. Jade Lake Sacred Ground? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly. Wasn't this the force that the Queen Mother of the West passed down? Although there had been some turmoil and disasters, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground had been passed down. Actually, I came today for her. The beautiful woman looked behind Jun Xiaoyao. Jiang Xingyi and Jiang Luoli came out. "Since you can inherit the Queen Mother of the West, you are the saintess of the Jade Lake sacred ground." The beautiful woman smiled gently at Jiang Xingyi. "The saintess of the Jade Lake?" Jiang Xingyi tilted her head slightly. At this moment, an illusory figure in plain clothes appeared. It was a mature and beautiful woman with picturesque features and a hint of majesty. She had a voluptuous figure and a charming mature charm. She was Jiang Xingyi's elder sister, Yu Qingning. "You are the ancestor?" The beautiful woman took a closer look. She found that Yu Qingning looked exactly like one of the ancient sect leaders of the Jade Lake sacred ground. She was shocked and hurriedly bowed. Yu Qingning didn't care about the beautiful woman. Instead, she sent a voice transmission to Jiang Xingyi. "Good disciple, you are showing off your love in front of me. Master." Jiang Xingyi blushed when she heard that. Her beauty was beyond compare. She didn't know that Jun Xiaoyao would make a surprise attack. He didn't notice Yu Qingning at all. As the sect leader of the Jade Lake, Yu Qingning had dedicated her life to the Jade Lake sacred ground. Therefore, she had never had a cultivation partner in her life. Today, she was stuffed with a mouthful of dog food and envied her disciple's sweet love. Then, the beautiful woman told her the purpose of her visit. Jiang Xingyi had inherited the Queen Mother of the West and was now Yu Qingning's disciple. She was the most qualified person to become the saintess of the Jade Lake. In addition, Jiang Xingyi was the goddess of the Jiang family and had a close relationship with Jun Xiaoyao. The Jade Lake sacred ground naturally wanted to rope in Jiang Xingyi. It was also a disguised form of roping in Jun Xiaoyao. "Xingyi, I still suggest that you make a trip to the Jade Lake sacred ground. You have the complete Jade Lake sacred ground and the 9-orifice stone embryo that you haven't absorbed and refined. You can do all these in the Jade Lake sacred ground. There's also a Jade Lake in the Jade Lake sacred ground. It's convenient for you to cultivate," Yu Qingning said. "That's right. If Miss Jiang agrees, you can use all the resources of the Jade Lake sacred ground," the beautiful woman said. Jiang Xingyi bit her red lips and secretly glanced at Jun Xiaoyao from the corner of her eye. To be honest, she really didn't want to be separated from Jun Xiaoyao again. However, she also wanted to continue to become stronger and hoped that she could share some of the pressure for Jun Xiaoyao in the future. "Sister Xingyi, you can go if you need. The Jade Lake sacred ground is more suitable for your cultivation development," Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. "Okay, I understand." Jiang Xingyi nodded slightly. Although she was reluctant, she wouldn't always stay by Jun Xiaoyao's side. They hadn't finished their respective cultivation paths yet. Jun Xiaoyao still had to participate in the ultimate trial. "That's great." The beautiful woman smiled. The current Jade Lake sacred ground had been passed down, but after all it had gone through turmoil and disasters. It was no longer as prosperous and glorious as it was in the ancient times. Now that Jiang Xingyi could join and become the saintess of the Jade Lake, coupled with the relationship with Jun Xiaoyao, the Jade Lake sacred ground might regain its ancient glory. Chapter 816. Jiang Xingyi left. Yu Qingning and Princess Divine Silkworm were with her. Jiang Xingyi knew that this trip to the Jade Lake sacred ground would be of great help to her cultivation. Moreover, she had the Jade Lake Immortal Sutra and could help the Jade Lake sacred ground rise again. It was even possible that Jiang Xingyi would become the new leader of the Jade Lake sacred ground in the future. After all, she was the disciple of the ancient leader, Yu Qingning. Although Jiang Xingyi was reluctant to part with him, she left very decisively. She didn't drag things out and didn't cry at all. She was also an independent and strong woman. She would not stay by Jun Xiaoyao's side. Separation was for the sake of a longer time. "Hey, Brother Xiaoyao, are you dumbfounded? She's gone." Jiang Luoli deliberately joked and waved her little hand in front of Jun Xiaoyao. "No, I've rested for so long. It's time for me to cultivate." Jun Xiaoyao smiled in relief. He was not the kind of person who indulged in love. Moreover, the news of Jun Wuhui and the new foreign emperor also brought a lot of pressure to Jun Xiaoyao. He needed to improve quickly, and the greatest opportunity after that was the ultimate trial at the end of the ancient road. Jun Xiaoyao also needed to prepare well. Next, he prepared to go into seclusion for a period of time to cultivate the life book. He also needed to transfer the spring of life to the inner verse. But before that, Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Ajiu. He suddenly said, Ajiu, you can move freely. You don't have to protect me in secret. Ajiu's eyes flashed slightly when he heard this. Young master, why? With Ajiu's talent, if you hadn't been secretly following me, your current realm should be higher than the lesser heavenly venerable realm. Jun Xiaoyao said. Ajiu had sacrificed too much of his time to be his protector. Jiu doesn't mind, Ajiu said. She had followed Jun Wuhui and was from the same era as Jun Wuhui. Although she looked beautiful, her eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of time. It also showed her age. She was much older than Jiang Xingyi and Jiang Luoli. However, the passage of time did not diminish Jiu's elegance. Instead, it made her feel more mature and steady, as if she had seen through the world. This was a special charm that neither Jiang Xingyi nor Jiang Luoli had. You don't mind, but I can't hold you back, Jun Xiaoyao said. After a moment of silence, Jiu nodded and said, All right, since it is young master's words, then Jiu will naturally comply. Jiu turned around and wanted to leave. Wait, Jun Xiaoyao said. Jiu stopped in her tracks. Thank you for all this time. Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands at Jiu. His tone was extremely sincere. He thanked her from the bottom of his heart. Are you just cupping your hands and thanking me? Jiu's lips suddenly curled into a faint smile. Jun Xiaoyao was stunned. He looked at the woman in front of him. Her hair was like a waterfall, and her face was so beautiful that it was like a dream. He stepped forward and hugged her gently. Jiu's delicate body also trembled, and a trace of ripples appeared in her beautiful eyes. She was just joking around, and she never expected Jun Xiaoyao to do something like that. However, Jiu did not resist. She also gently hugged Jun Xiaoyao. It was a simple and warm hug. Jiu, you protected me before. From now on, I will protect you forever, Jun Xiaoyao whispered in Jiu's ear. A beautiful smile appeared on Jiu's dreamy face. Thank you, young master. In the end, Jiu also left. She had also embarked on her own path of cultivation, at least before Jun Xiaoyao completely grew into a powerhouse. Jiu still wanted to improve and continue to silently protect Jun Xiaoyao. Looking at Jiu's departing figure, Jun Xiaoyao sighed softly. At this moment, he felt a resentful gaze staring at him from behind. Jun Xiaoyao turned around and saw Jiang Luoli pouting. Brother Xiaoyao, you scumbag. Jiang Luoli glared at Jun Xiaoyao. Jiang Xingyi had just left, and he hugged another woman. Wasn't this proof that he was a scumbag? Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. It was just a thank you hug. There was no other meaning. After that, Jiang Luoli was also about to leave. Of course, it wasn't because she was angry at Jun Xiaoyao. It was because she had her own path to walk, especially after obtaining the broken primordial spirit world. Next, Jiang Luoli would look for other opportunities to repair the primordial spirit world, and then completely refine it. She had transformed into the primordial spirit immortal body. If she could completely refine the primordial spirit world, her cultivation would definitely skyrocket. In the end, I'm the only one left. Jun Xiaoyao sighed softly. Other than Princess Longji, who was receiving the 9-fingered sage dragon emperor's inheritance, he was the only one left. But this is good too. I have to go into seclusion and plan for the next step, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Dealing with the 7 defiant kings, the ultimate trial, and seizing the Tree of World. These were all things that Jun Xiaoyao needed to think about and plan for. I can't lose to the heavens. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were clear. Now, 4 of the 7 defiant kings were confirmed. Ling Yan, Gu Tizi, Long Yao, and Xian Yu. No, there should be more than 4. A profound look flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Next, Jun Xiaoyao also went into seclusion and began to comprehend the life book. At the same time, he prepared to move the spring of life into the innerverse. The entire buried Emperor star fell into silence. However, from time to time, there were still rumors that some geniuses had obtained opportunities and soared into the sky. And news about Jun Xiaoyao caused an uproar in the entire ancient road. This battle between the sacred body and the overlord was undoubtedly a battle that would be engraved in history. Of course, this battle was a classic, not because the 2 of them fought so fiercely and were locked in a stalemate. On the contrary, it was because the battle was too simple. Jun Xiaoyao used his Dharma body to humiliate and watch the show. In the end, his real body made a strong move and won the battle. Many people called this battle a classic example of humiliating others. It was said that after this battle, there was a trend among the young geniuses to cultivate their Dharma bodies. Everyone wanted to use their Dharma bodies to humiliate others. In the end, they discovered that their Dharma bodies were so King weak. Are you guys out of your minds? The Jun family's son of God's real body strength is obvious. Even if his Dharma body only has 1/10 of his strength, it's enough to crush many forbidden characters. All of your real bodies are as weak as chickens. Do you want to learn from the Son of God and use your Dharma bodies to suppress others and show off? A genius pointed out ruthlessly. However, just as the news of the battle between the sacred body and the overlord was spreading like wildfire, another piece of news gradually began to brew and boil over. That was the battle between the supreme Xian Ting's young emperor seemed to be coming to an end. All the geniuses on the ancient road were attracted by this news and paid close attention to it. The reason was very simple. It was because the Xian Ting's young emperor was qualified to become the ruler of the Xian Ting. When the Xian Ting's young emperor was confirmed, many people were guessing whether the supreme Xian Ting, which had already fallen apart, would be reformed again. The Xian Ting's young emperor was undoubtedly the core symbolic existence. While the outside world was paying close attention to it in another vast space unknown to others. This space was full of spiritual qi and overflowing with immortal light. Countless stone steels stood in the space, forming a stone forest. Many of the stone steels were engraved with forbidden inheritances. These were the inheritances left behind by the ancestors of the Xian Ting. There were many monarch-level inheritances that were not inferior to the inheritances on the buried Emperor Star. This space was the location of the Xian Ting's young emperor competition, the immortal steel forest. It was a colossus that once ruled the 9 heavens immortal realm. The supreme Xian Ting had many great monarchs. Therefore, there were naturally many inheritances left behind. Many people believed that apart from the Jun family, which had a long history and no one knew the exact details, the supreme Xian Ting had one of the best martial monarchs in the 9 heavens immortal realm. Meanwhile, at the core of the immortal steel forest, a blinding light shone brightly in all directions. Amidst the boundless light, an illusory throne could be vaguely seen. That throne was filled with a supreme aura, and dense immortal light lingered around it. An aura that was even stronger than the monarch aura spread across the place. The heaven monarch throne. It was the supreme symbol of the Xian Ting, the supreme object that suppressed the entire 9 heavens immortal realm. The reason being that it was not a monarch weapon, but a real immortal weapon. Chapter 817. Since the supreme Xian Ting was able to unify the celestial realm, it naturally had its own foundation. This kind of foundation was not only endless monstrous geniuses, but also not only the top powerhouses. There were also all kinds of treasures, array diagrams, and elixirs of immortality. The Xian Ting even had immortal artifacts that ordinary immortal forces did not have. And the Celestial Emperor's throne was the symbol of the Xian Ting's authority. Those who could sit on the Celestial Emperor's throne were the true masters of the Xian Ting. They ruled endless time and space and endless star domains. Of course, the Celestial Emperor's throne in the immortal steel forest was not the real Celestial Emperor's throne. It was just the immortal artifact imprint of the Celestial Emperor's throne. It was the same principle as the imprint of an emperor's weapon. The real immortal artifact, the Celestial Emperor's throne, was swept into the depths of an unknown space when the Xian Ting collapsed last time. There was a rumor in the Xian Ting that when the next master of the Xian Ting reappeared and reorganized the Supreme Xian Ting, only then could the real Celestial Emperor's throne reappear. Now, in the immortal steel forest, the appearance of the immortal artifact imprint of the Celestial Emperor's throne was a kind of omen, a sign of the Xian Ting's reorganization. And the young emperor of the Xian Ting was undoubtedly the most likely existence to become the master of the Xian Ting in this era. At this moment, under the imprint of the Celestial Emperor's throne, a man and a woman, two figures, stood facing each other. The man was dressed in an 8 trigrams robe. He was tall and handsome, like a dragon steed and a phoenix chick. He had the aura of a high and mighty king. Behind him, there were 8 trigrams, runes lingering. One could even vaguely see an incomparably ancient and transcendent god's shadow. It was the Fuxi sacred physique phenomenon. Fuxi acted as the 8 trigrams. This person was the successor of the Xian Ting Fuxi celestial legacy, Gutizi. He stood there as if he was standing in the center of heaven and earth. His aura was extremely strong, and opposite him, it was a beautiful woman in a snow-white, glazed dress. Her facial features were exquisite and peerlessly beautiful. It was as if she was the most perfect creation created by the hands of the heavens. Her figure was tall and slender, perfect to the extreme. Her skirt was cut open at the base of her thighs, revealing a pair of long and slender legs that were as white as ivory. They were much longer than the legs of ordinary women. His entire body was enveloped in the radiance of the immortal Tao. All sorts of phenomena, star orbits, and great Tao runes appeared. His entire person carried a noble and cold aura. She was like a peerless female immortal king. She was none other than Princess Ling Yan. The successor of Empress was immortal heritage. The auras of Ling Yan and Gutizi were much stronger than before. It was clear that they had all obtained unimaginable opportunities and inheritances in the immortal monument forest. Even further away, there were many people watching. Sure enough, the final battle for the position of young emperor will still be decided between Sister Ling Yan and Gutizi. In the crowd, a pretty girl in a flowery silk dress said. Her pretty face was fair, and her bright eyes were dazzling. She was the successor of the elite immortal guard, Wei Qianshan. She had also appeared at Gutizi's wedding. I wonder which one of them will become the next young emperor of the Xian Ting. Beside her, a cultured and refined young man who looked like a scholar in the mortal world said. He was the successor of the Songjia immortal lineage, Songli. He had also appeared at the wedding. Humph, that Gutizi has suffered at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao several times. Who would have thought that he would still have the chance to fight for the position of young emperor? A cold-blooded man with a strong, murderous aura snorted. He was the successor of the Xingtian immortal lineage, Xinglu. He had always been critical of Gutizi's failures. When the battle for the position of young emperor is over, I guess we'll have to follow young Emperor Real's lead, right? Yao Qing, the successor of the Shinong Xianting, said. As soon as he said that, the other successors fell silent, each with their own thoughts. Each of the 9 great immortal lineages had their own plans. The most tragic one was the Qiyu immortal lineage, because Jun Xiaoyao had killed Qi Lai, the successor of the Qiyu immortal lineage. As a result, the Qiyu immortal lineage did not even have a sky pride who was qualified to fight for the position of young emperor. This made Chiyu, celestial lineage, even more annoyed, and they suppressed their grievances. At this moment, Gutizi and Ling Yan were the center of attention. Who could defeat the other and take the heavenly emperor's throne? Who would be the next young emperor of the Xian Ting? Ling Yan, as expected. Only the two of us made it this far. Gutizi smiled. He did not seem nervous at all about the final battle. Gutizi, there's no need to be so pretentious. Just come at me. I'm not afraid of you. Ling Yan's voice was cold and indifferent. Absolute strength gave her confidence. Ling Yan, you should know how I feel about you. You should also know that I don't want to fight with you. Gutizi's words even had a hint of tenderness. Ling Yan's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. She did not know why, but when she heard Gutizi's words, she felt very uncomfortable and disgusted. Although Ling Yan was a woman, she had a domineering aura that did not belong to a man. Before she became the young emperor, she had never thought of anything else. She had never had any feelings for anyone. However, when they were exploring the ruins of the underworld under the Black Abyss, she and Jun Xiaoyao had experienced 100 lifetimes of love in the sea of reincarnation. In every lifetime, it was a sadistic love. They loved each other so deeply that they hovered between life and death. It could be said that it was the only relationship Ling Yan had ever experienced. Even though she hated Jun Xiaoyao for taking away her opportunity and leaving a mark of humiliation on her thigh, she still hated him to the core. But other than that, she also had a trace of inexplicable complexity in her heart. After all, although that 100 lifetimes of love was an illusion, it was no different from the real world. This made Ling Yan even more repulsed by other people's feelings. Ling Yan, what's wrong with you? Gu Tizi looked at Ling Yan, who was slightly absent-minded, and asked. He did not know when it started, but Ling Yan seemed to be a little strange. Gu Tizi naturally did not know that Ling Yan and Jun Xiaoyao had experienced 100 lifetimes of ill-fated love together. He also did not know that Jun Xiaoyao had left a mark on Ling Yan's thigh. I don't want to talk about feelings right now. Let's just fight and decide the final winner. As if to hide her emotions, Ling Yan directly attacked. A 5-colored divine stone appeared between her eyebrows. It was the imprint of Nuos Dao Stone, the imperial weapon of Emperor Nuos' immortal lineage. A 5-colored divine light shot out with an astonishing aura. Ling Yan, wait! As Gutizi spoke, he took out a golden stone tablet engraved with a dragon totem. This was the imprint of Fushi's imperial weapon, the imprint of Fushi's dragon tablet. Boom! The 5-colored divine light bombarded Fushi's dragon tablet, sending out vast waves of energy. I have a suggestion, Gutizi shouted. What do you mean? Ling Yan temporarily stopped attacking. I can give you the position of young emperor, Gutizi said with a gentle smile. What? As soon as he said this, not only was Ling Yuan surprised, but the successors of immortal orthodoxies who were watching from afar were also shocked. Gutizi was willing to give up the position of young emperor? Even if that person was Ling Yan, the princess he adored, it was still unbelievable. Gutizi may love Sister Ling Yan, but he wouldn't go so far as to give up the position of young emperor, right? Wei Qianqian said in surprise. What is Gutizi thinking? Song Li was also surprised. The Xian Ting sky prides were in an uproar, clearly in disbelief. Even Ling Yan raised her eyebrows. Gutizi, what are you planning? Are you trying to make fun of me? Gutizi smiled. Of course not. I really want to give you the position of young emperor. But in contrast, Gutizi paused, then continued, I hope that you can work with me and kill Jun Xiaoyao in the ultimate trial, so that I can obtain the heavenly crown. Chapter 8:18. The crowd fell silent upon hearing Gutizi's words. No one expected the ancient prince to make such a move at the most critical juncture of the competition for the position of young king. Ling Yan's eyes flickered with astonishment. Gutizi's decision took her by surprise. After all, The position of the young emperor of the Xianting was one of the most honorable identities in the entire Nine Heavens immortal realm. It might even become the ruler of the Xianting in the future, and yet Gu Tizi was willing to give up on it. At this point, the ancient prince's intentions were clear. He was willing to give the position of the young emperor to Ling Yan. However, Ling Yan would have to team up with him to deal with Jun Xiaoyao. In the end, he would have to kill Jun Xiaoyao with his own hands to claim the reward of the heavenly Dao crown. Is Gu Tizi really going to give the position of the young emperor to sister Ling Yan? Wei Qianqian opened her mouth wide in disbelief. I believe there are a few reasons behind it. Song Li's deep eyes flickered with wisdom. Firstly, Gu Tizi does have a crush on Ling Yan. It's his way of expressing his goodwill to her. Secondly, Gu Tizi does hate Jun Xiaoyao to the core. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had ruined his reputation and made him a laughingstock. Thirdly, instead of fighting with Ling Yuan and offending her, the ancient prince might as well kill Jun Xiaoyao and obtain the heavenly law crown. That way he would be destined to prove himself, and he would gain quite a lot as well. They had to admit that Song Li's analysis was quite reasonable. The successors of the immortal factions nodded in agreement. Everyone knew Gu Tizi had a crush on Ling Yan. If he were to fight with Ling Yan over the position of the young emperor, it would completely destroy his hope of marrying Ling Yan. If that was the case, he might as well hand over the position of young emperor gracefully. He might even be able to move her and win her heart. Gu Tizi's plan was very deep. There was a chance that he would be able to win the heart of a beauty, kill Jun Xiaoyao with his own hands, and even obtain the heavenly Dao crown as a reward. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. What do you think, Ling Yan? Do you agree? Gu Tizi smiled at Ling Yan. Ling Yan's lips curled into a slightly mocking smile. With her intelligence, how could she not know what Gu Tizi was planning? Kill Jun Xiaoyao? Ling Yan muttered to himself. For some reason, the image of Jun Xiaoyao's blood-stained white clothes flashed through Ling Yan's mind. She felt a faint stab of pain in her heart. Damn it! It's that ill-fated fate of 100 lives. Ling Yan frowned. She had tried to cut off this ill-fated fate of 100 lives, but she did not succeed. Ling Yan did not care at first, but now she realized that this ill-fated fate of 100 lives was not so easy to cut off. If Jun Xiaoyao dies, perhaps this effect will be removed. Ling Yan calculated in her heart. Ling Yan, can't you make a decision yet? I've shown enough sincerity, haven't I? Gu Tizi asked. All right, I promise you, but don't think that I'm afraid of you. If we really fight, it's hard for you to beat me, Ling Yan said coldly, although it looked like Gu Tizi was being modest. If they really fought, Gu Tizi might not be able to defeat Ling Yan and win the position of young emperor. Therefore, Ling Yan naturally did not think that Gu Tizi was being modest. She moved her snow-white long legs and landed in front of the celestial emperor's throne. Then she sat down. Boom! In an instant, the entire space of the immortal steel forest was filled with immortal light. Amidst the boundless divine light, Ling Yan sat on the celestial emperor's throne. A pair of snow-white long legs were crossed, and one of them was propped up. Her legs were long and slender, making them look perfect. Her black hair floated in the wind, and her phoenix eyes were full of power. Her beautiful face contained a domineering aura that did not lose out to men. She was like an invincible female immortal king with unparalleled charm. I, Ling Yan, will become the first female young emperor in the history of Xianting. Operate the universe and manipulate the heavenly secrets. 9 immortal orthodoxies, heed my command. Ling Yan's cold voice resounded throughout the immortal steel forest. Gu Tizi of the Fuxi Immortal Orthodoxy greets the young emperor. Gu Tizi cupped his hands and smiled. Wei Qianqian of the Elite Guard Immortal Orthodoxy greets the young emperor. Wei Qianqian hurried over. The Elite Guard Immortal Orthodoxy sided with Empress was Immortal Orthodoxy. Song Li of the Songjia Immortal Orthodoxy greets the young emperor. Yao Qing of the Shinong Immortal Orthodoxy greets the young emperor. Xing Lu of the Xingtian Immortal Orthodoxy greets the young emperor. One by one, the successors of immortal orthodoxies came forward and cupped their hands. No matter what they were thinking, they all cupped their hands in greeting. Apart from them, there were also thousands of sky prides from various immortal orthodoxies who came to participate in the trial. They were all dragons and phoenixes, the cream of the crop. Greetings, young Emperor Ling Yan. Thousands of sky prides cupped their hands in greeting. Their voices shook the 9 heavens. One could say that Ling Yan's power was at its peak. Looking at the sky prides below, Ling Yan's lips curled into a smile. She did it. She became the first female young emperor in the history of Xianting. She might even become the ruler of Xianting in the future. Don't worry, I will use the Heavenly Emperor's throne's brand to find the real immortal artifact, the Heavenly Emperor's throne. When the real Heavenly Emperor's throne reappears in the immortal region, it will be the time for the Xianting to ascend once again. Ling Yan declared domineeringly. Young Emperor is mighty. Many sky prides cheered. Ling Yuan was the most popular successor among the 9 great immortal orthodoxies. Most of them were convinced that she was the young emperor. Of course, there were also those who sided with Gutizi. However, since Gutizi took the initiative to give up the throne, they naturally wouldn't criticize him. Young emperor, you should know that the most important thing for us now is to deal with our enemy, Jun Xiaoyao, the successor of the Jun family. The Jun family's ambition is not dead. They have always wanted to replace our position as the supreme Xianting. If we can eliminate the successor of the Jun family, it will be a warning to the Jun family, Gutizi said. That's right. The son of God of the Jun family is too arrogant. He doesn't take us, the successors of Xianting, seriously at all. Yes, Qi Lai of Qi Xianting was killed by the son of God of the Jun family. The son of God of the Jun family also killed the 4 heavenly kings of the Xianting. Gutizi's words stirred up the crowd. This group of Xianting sky prides had long disliked Jun Xiaoyao. After all, the Xianting were used to being superior. They had always been the ones bullying others. This was the first time someone had bullied the Xianting. They were used to being superior. Naturally, they didn't like it when someone was more superior than them. However, Jun Xiaoyao's status as the son of God of the Jun family was not inferior to the Xianting's young emperor. Jun Xiaoyao even had the status of the young master of the Jiang family and the lord of the emperor's court. A cold light flashed in Ling Yan's eyes when she heard this. Was Gutizi afraid that she wouldn't keep her promise? Don't worry, I will deal with Jun Xiaoyao, Ling Yan said coldly. Gutizi smiled confidently and said, Young Emperor, I have a plan. With this plan, we can definitely kill Jun Xiaoyao in the ultimate trial. Chapter 819. Gutizi's words silenced everyone. There was no need to elaborate on Jun Xiaoyao's current reputation in the ancient road of ultimate. There was also no need to elaborate on his strength. However, Gutizi actually said that he had a way to kill Jun Xiaoyao in the ultimate trial. This was very surprising. Although many of the Xianting sky prides were disgusted with Jun Xiaoyao, there was no need to doubt his unrivaled strength among the younger generation. Oh! Ling Yan's eyes flashed with a deep look. Gutizi was actually so confident in his victory. However, I will tell young King about this in detail later. Gutizi smiled mysteriously. He naturally would not reveal his plan in public. What is Gutizi planning? Is he really that capable? Wei Qianqian muttered. Why, from your tone, it seems like you don't want to see anything happen to Jun Xiaoyao? Song Li smiled faintly. No way. I just feel that it's a pity for such a handsome man to die, Wei Qianqian muttered. Sigh, this is an era where looks matter. Song Li was speechless. The battle for the position of young king in the Xianting had ended. With the help of the opportunities in the immortal steel forest, the strength of all the sky prides in the Xian Ting had increased by a large margin. The successors of the immortal orthodoxies were all far stronger than before. Ling Yan and Gu Tizi's cultivation had doubled. Ling Yan, who had obtained the immortal artifacts imprint, could be said to have reached the peak of her current strength. All the successors of the immortal orthodoxies were confident that the Xian Ting strength was enough to dominate the ancient road of ultimate. They could even control the situation in the ultimate trial. However, when all the sky prides in the Xian Ting left the immortal steel forest space, a single piece of news froze the smug smiles on their faces. What did you say? Jun Xiaoyao obtained the inheritance of ancient chaos great emperor on the buried emperor star? Not only that, but even a Dharmakaya can fight with the invincible overlord, and in the end the original body can crush the overlord. He even extorted a heavenly tome and spring of life from the ancient Void Dragon clan. There's also a mystique venerable rank from the Overlord Ancestral Hall who died because of Jun Xiaoyao and was killed by the 8 Divine Kings. Previously, all the Xian Ting geniuses were training in the immortal Steel Forest, so they did not receive the news. When they came out and received this series of news, they were dumbfounded. Their minds were buzzing. What? That Jun Xiaoyao is so strong that even the Overlord isn't his match? Wei Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. The successors of immortal orthodoxies were also shaken, unable to calm down. Although the tyrant used to be extremely mysterious, he was widely recognized as one of the most powerful outlawed sky prides on the ancient road of the ultimate path. In the end, he was defeated by Jun Xiaoyao in such a humiliating manner. Jun Xiaoyao. Ling Yan's expression was solemn. She thought that she had gone through the immortal steel forest's opportunity of fortune and obtained the heavenly emperor's throne's brand. It should not be a problem for her to defeat Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao had now once again refreshed the world's understanding of him. This man seemed to be constantly creating miracles. As expected, we have to carry out the plan. If we fight Jun Xiaoyao alone, our chances of winning are not high. Gu Tizi frowned. His words shocked some of the successors of immortal orthodoxies. Gu Tizi was one of the most powerful sky prides in the Xian Ting, and he possessed the Fuxi sacred constitution. Jun Xiaoyao's reputation was evident from the fact that he was not confident of defeating an opponent alone. Ling Yan, let's talk, Gu Tizi said. In private, he did not address her as young king. Ling Yan nodded slightly. After the other sky prides in the Xian Ting left, Ling Yan said, "So what's your plan?" "I think we should find the other 7 defiant kings first," Gu Tizi said. "You think you can't handle him alone, so you've decided to team up?" Ling Yan asked. "Since the heavens have appointed the 7 defiant kings, it means that it is difficult for one person to defeat Jun Xiaoyao," Gu Tizi said. "Can you not make it sound so high-sounding?" Ling Yan's eyes flashed with a touch of disdain. Although she was on the same side as Gu Tizi now, she had to admit that Gu Tizi was still incomparable to Jun Xiaoyao. It was not the difference in cultivation level, but the difference in mentality and temperament. Although Gu Tizi also had the aura of a king, compared to Jun Xiaoyao's arrogant and invincible spirit, he was still a lot weaker. Only the one who can survive to the end can dominate this era and seize the destiny of this era, Gu Tizi said with a cold smile. He was also an ambitious and ruthless person who would resort to any means necessary. As long as he could kill Jun Xiaoyao, he did not mind using any underhanded means. Although the 7 defiant kings do not know each other's identity, they can sense each other's presence. We can find a chance to meet in the future. Then, in the ultimate trial ground and the world of the ruins of God, it will not be difficult to kill Jun Xiaoyao, Gu Tizi said solemnly. In the end, Gu Tizi told Ling Yan part of the plan, but not the whole thing. Obviously, he did not completely trust Ling Yan. Ling Yan did not care. However, if everything really went according to Gu Tizi's plan, there was a chance that Jun Xiaoyao might actually die. When she thought of this, For some reason, Ling Yan felt a stabbing pain in her heart. No, it's not only because of the ill-fated relationship, but also because of her. Ling Yan thought of someone. It was not only the ill-fated relationship that affected her mood. Thinking of this, Ling Yan's eyes flashed, and she sat down on the Heavenly Emperor's throne again. The void, twisted, and endless immortal light wrapped around her. Then she disappeared on the spot. On the other side, in an ancient land where Empress was immortal heritage was located, mountains rose and fell, and jade grass was everywhere. At the side of a valley full of flowers, a beautiful young girl was dancing gracefully. The girl's limbs were soft and light, and her dance was as graceful as a swan, like a swimming dragon, extremely beautiful. Her black hair rippled with the dance, and her slender jade legs were wearing white stockings woven from snow jade silk, making the girl's leg lines even more gentle and beautiful. The girl's facial features were also exquisite and beautiful. Her eyebrows were like jade feathers, and her skin was as white as snow. That appearance was surprisingly 70 to 80% similar to Ling Yan. It was Heavenly Maiden Yuan. Heavenly Maiden Yuan danced the Luo god's graceful dance. Countless rain of flowers surrounded her, and all kinds of spiritual magpies and butterflies flew around her. The scene was as beautiful as a dream. She was like a forest elf dancing in the forest. Clap, clap, clap. In the void, immortal light emerged, and the sound of applause came. Yuan, your dance is getting better and better. Hearing this heavenly voice, Heavenly Maiden Yuan's movements suddenly paused. Her face also instantly returned to a cold expression. She looked over, and in the light, a slightly illusory throne appeared. Ling Yan supported her sharp chin with one hand, her long, slender legs crossed, and leaned lazily on the Heavenly Emperor's throne. It seems that as you wish, you have succeeded, Heavenly Maiden Yuan said coldly. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Ling Yan's lips. She got up from the Heavenly Emperor's throne, stepped on the void, and descended step by step, like a peerless empress, and finally landed in front of Heavenly Maiden Yuan. Yes, I have succeeded and become the young empress of the Xian Ting. In the future, I may even become the ruler of the Xian Ting. Yuan, my sister, shouldn't you be happy for me? Ling Yan stepped forward, stretched out her hand, and pinched Heavenly Maiden Yuan's snow-white chin, pulling her face to her. Chapter 820. Younger Sister. Fairy Yuan smiled. It was a mocking smile. You and I have two souls in one body. You've always treated me as a superfluous existence. Creating a new body was just to enslave me and use me. When have you really treated me as a younger sister? Fairy Yuan's voice was as cold as ice. Ling Yan had always treated her as a tool for cultivation. Feelings? That didn't exist at all. Yuan, that's where you're wrong. I dote on you a lot, said Ling Yuan as she sized up Fairy Yuan's exquisite and beautiful face. Is that so? So you want me to marry Gutizi? Fairy Yuan said sarcastically. I'm also very reluctant, but I'm forced to do so by the pressure of the immortal orthodoxy. Who knew that Gutizi, that trash, couldn't protect you and let Jun Xiaoyao take you away? Ling Yuan felt embarrassed for the ancient prince when she recalled the incident of her marriage being snatched. What he lost was not only his face, but the entire Xian Ting's face. That's right. That was my only precious memory. Only young Master Jun treated me with sincerity. He came to snatch my marriage and took me away. When Fairy Yuan thought of this, her beautiful eyes showed a touch of unprecedented gentleness. Ling Yan, who was supposed to be the closest to her, treated her as a tool. Instead, it was Jun Xiaoyao, who was in the opposite camp, who came to take her away from the sea of bitterness. How ironic was that? When Ling Yan heard this, she thought of the mark between her legs and the ill-fated fate of 100 lifetimes. An indescribable fire immediately surged in his heart. Slap! Ling Yan slapped Fairy Yuan's face. Blood, flowed from the corner of Fairy Yuan's mouth. She covered her cheek and sneered. "What are you angry? My precious memory with young Master June is not something you can take away." Fairy Yuan's words made Ling Yan's eyes reflect a cold light. Hearing about Fairy Yuan and Jun Xiaoyao's experience, she felt uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because of her relationship with Aishi Qing Yuan, which had already subtly influenced her. There was also Heavenly Maiden Yuan, who was originally one with her. She could also secretly influence her. However, as if he had thought of something, Ling Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. She extended her jade-like hand and gently wiped away the blood at the corner of Fairy Yuan's lips. "Yuan, you don't need to anger me. After this, I will bring you to see Jun Xiaoyao," said Ling Yan. "What?" Fairy Yuan's expression suddenly changed, unable to remain calm. Her longing for Jun Xiaoyao dripped into her heart like a river, and it was hard to suppress. However, Ling Yan controlled her life and death, so it was impossible for her to leave this place to find Jun Xiaoyao. But now, Ling Yan actually said that he would take her to see Jun Xiaoyao. This was simply unbelievable. Sure enough, in the next moment, Ling Yan said coldly, "However, I am taking you to witness the fall of Jun Xiaoyao. He will fall in the ultimate training ground, in the world of the ruins of God." "No, impossible. Young Master Jun is invincible among his peers. You can't succeed." Fairy Yuan shook her head, unable to believe it. "Is that so? What if the 7 emperors attack together?" Ling Yan said. Fairy Yuan's pupils shook, and she was speechless. The 7 emperors appointed by the will of the immortal domain to deal with Jun Xiaoyao together. It was really hard to say what the outcome would be. Seeing the silent Fairy Yuan, Ling Yan smiled and reached out her jade-like hand to gently caress the side of her face. "Don't worry. When Jun Xiaoyao falls, the obsession in your heart can be cut off, and you will still belong to me." Ling Yan still had one more thing to say, which was that the Aishi Qing Yuan in her heart could also be cut off. Ling Yan turned around and was about to leave. "You won't succeed. Young Master Jun is a person who can create miracles." Fairy Yuan said word by word. "Then let's wait and see." Ling Yan did not look back, sat on the Heavenly Emperor's throne, and left directly. "Young Master Jun." Fairy Yuan sat on the ground, tears surging in her eyes. "Yuan, I miss you!" buried Emperor Star, inside a sealed ancient cave. Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged, and around him there were countless ancient words, like big stars, revolving around him endlessly. Waves of mysterious scriptures flashed through Jun Xiaoyao's mind. He had been comprehending the life book for some time. In front of him, in addition to the life book, there was also a crystal stone. Sealed inside was the spring of life. At this moment, drops of sparkling and translucent spring water, as if there was immortal qi circulating, emerged and merged into Jun Xiaoyao's body. At a certain moment, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly opened his deep eyes. His body was shining brightly. In his body, there was a faint sound of chanting. It was as if countless gods and ancient Buddhas were sitting cross-legged in Jun Xiaoyao's body, chanting the scriptures of immortality. Immortal God technique. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were clear, and they were shining. He had comprehended the great forbidden technique hidden in the life book, called the Immortal God technique. Once this technique was mastered, it was said to be immortal and indestructible, and even gods could not destroy it. That's right, this technique can not only restore the physical body, but even the primordial spirit can be healed. Add to that the chaotic ancient emperor's talisman that specializes in protecting the primordial spirit. How many times can a supreme martial artist kill me, let alone those below the supreme martial artist? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were clear, and the corners of his lips curled up into a smile. The Immortal God technique, the sacred body of the ancients with an insane recovery ability, and the chaotic ancient emperor's talisman. Just ask the younger generation who could kill him. Even if those seedlings buried in ancient history came out, they could not do anything to him. This was Jun Xiaoyao's confidence. The ancient road of ultimate is coming to an end. I believe the 7 emperors and the others are running out of patience. Maybe they are already planning how to kill me in the ultimate trial and obtain the heavenly path's reward. What a pity! You guys are still too narrow-minded. Jun Xiaoyao let out a sigh. Gu Tizi and the 7 emperors were only thinking about how to deal with him. What about Jun Xiaorao? His eyes had already left the 9 heavens, immortal realm. The alien realm, the burial ground, the realm ocean, the forbidden land of life. These mysterious and terrifying places outside the mortal realm were his targets. The 7 emperors were nothing in his eyes. What could they possibly be? Once I refine the spring of life into my inner universe, I believe my strength and cultivation will rise to another level. When the time comes, I'll kill all those eyesores in the ultimate trial. Jun Xiaoyao spoke to himself casually, as if he was talking about something that could not have been any simpler. He began to refine the spring of life. At the same time, on an incomparably hot ancient planet that was like the sun, a few figures were there. One of them was a young man with golden hair and golden eyes. He was extremely aloof like a sun god. It was the 10 princes of Jinwu. He had been defeated by Jun Xiaoyao on the buried Emperor Star. He was the only one left among the 10 brothers. It could be said that he was extremely miserable. However, the 10 princes of Jinwu lived up to his name as a top genius. He had a tenacious Tao heart and was not dispirited because of this. Instead, he turned his hatred into motivation and swore to kill Jun Xiaoyao personally. Back then, he had been very excited when he learned that another Taiyin constitution had been found on the Sun God Mountain. As long as he could cultivate the acquired chaotic constitution, his chances of revenge were almost 100%. This was because the chaotic constitution was one of the most powerful constitutions in the world. Even if it was just an acquired chaotic constitution, it would be invincible. Elders, where is the Taiyin constitution? The 10 princes of Jinwu asked anxiously. He really could not wait. He wanted to dual cultivate with the Taiyin constitution and cultivate the acquired chaotic constitution. Then he would kill Jun Xiaoyao personally. Ahem. Well, push it up, an elder of the Sun God Mountain said with a dry cough. Push it up. The 10 princes of Jinwu was stunned for a moment. An elder pushed a coffin onto the stage. Your Highness, he's here. The elder coughed with an unnatural expression. Where is he? The 10 princes of Jinwu was stunned and did not react at all. He's lying inside. Are you sure you're not joking with me? The 10 princes of Jinwu finally came to his senses. He froze on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. He felt as if his soul had left his body and he was about to fly into the sky. Your Highness, the Taiyin constitution is too rare. This was unearthed from an ancient tomb by the Sun God Mountain with great difficulty. Don't worry, we've checked. This Taiyin constitution is sealed in an ice coffin. Its body is intact and has not decayed. At least it can still be used. Chapter 821. The 10 princes of Jinwu's expression was blank at first. Then it turned green, and finally it turned purplish-green. If not for the fact that the people present were all senior elders of the Sun God Mountain, the Golden Crow 10th Prince would definitely not be able to restrain himself from cursing and beating them up. Elders, are you joking? This is a corpse? The 10 princes of Jinwu gritted his teeth and spat out the words one by one. When he first heard the news, he vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he didn't think too much about it. Who would have thought that it would be a corpse? Your Highness, although it's just a corpse, there's still a chance for you to cultivate the postnatal chaotic body. The power of Yin in it has not been lost, an elder said. Then directly extract the power of Yin from it. The 10 princes of Jinwu said with a cold face. No, the postnatal chaotic body is born from the balance of Yin and Yang. It has to go through a procedure. Otherwise, the probability is very low, and it's equivalent to wasting it, the elders said seriously. But the 10 princes of Jinwu still wanted to say something. One of the elders interrupted him. Your Highness, those who achieve great things do not bother about trifles. If you're even afraid of corpses, then what qualifications do you have to become a top powerhouse? The elder's words were so loud that even the apathetic could hear them. But thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem right. Did one have to experience such hardcore things to become a powerhouse? What kind of logic was this? Why don't you do it? The 10 princes of Jinwu asked in return. Cough, cough. Well, I'm already old, and my talent has been exhausted. Unlike your Highness, I'm still young and strong, and I still have a big grudge to take. The elder coughed and almost choked himself. Hearing the words, big grudge to take, the 10 princes of Jinwu fell silent. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao was too strong. He was so strong that it made people despair. Previously, the 10 princes of Jinwu had heard the news that Jun Xiaoyao had crushed the overlord. He realized that when Jun Xiaoyao fought with them, he didn't even show much of his true strength. At this stage, other than mastering the acquired chaotic body, the 10 princes of Jinwu could not think of any way to deal with Jun Xiaoyao. Your Highness, you should endure the humiliation for now. The chaos flesh will surely overwhelm the entire 9 heavens immortal realm in the future. An elder advised. Your Highness, if you find it too cold, you can heat it up first. Another elder suggested. Enough, stop talking. The 10 princes of Jinwu was expressionless and gloomy as he waved his hand. All the elders of the Sun God Mountain sighed. If the 10 princes of Jinwu were unwilling, then there was nothing they could do. Now the ultimate smelting trial was about to begin. It would be difficult to capture Yu Chanwan. Only this corpse was left. If he gave up, the 10 princes of Jinwu would not be able to cultivate the postnatal, chaotic body. Even if he had the chance to find her again in the future, he would have to wait for a long time. Time waits for no man. In this era of great strife, the key was to seize the initiative. If one step was too slow, they would be too slow. In the end, they would only disappear into the crowd. I'm willing, the 10 princes of Jinwu said with a hoarse voice. Even he had no idea why he would say such a thing. Perhaps it was because he hated Jun Xiaoyao too much. I'm responsible for the deaths of my 9 brothers. I must avenge them. The 10 princes of Jinwu groaned. Got it. The elders of the Sun God Mountain were excited. An elder opened the lid of the coffin, revealing a tall and slender figure. He was wearing a white robe. His facial features were rather decent, like a painting. However, his skin was pale and cold. It was hard to tell how long he had been sealed in the coffin. The 10th Golden Crow Prince heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. At least it was not a rotten corpse like they had imagined. Luckily, he could still make it out. Your Highness, we'll be leaving first. The elders were about to leave. Oh, something's wrong. The 10 princes of Jinwu's expression suddenly changed. Why is there an Adam's apple on his neck? His chest is flat too. Why is there something that shouldn't be there? The 10 princes of Jinwu was completely dumbfounded. He froze on the spot. An elder's face twitched, and he said with difficulty, Your Highness, it's about time. At least it's still a human. That's right. There's no need to be too rigid about the gender. Just treat it as a cultivation tool. The 10 princes of Jinwu was going crazy. He was about to go crazy, and the veins on his neck were bulging. Your Highness, think about the deaths of your 9 brothers. Don't you want revenge? Don't you want to kill Jun Xiaoyao with your own hands? An elder shouted. His voice was deafening. The 10 princes of Jinwu's body trembled. His face turned purple, and his heart felt like it was about to explode. Forget about the corpse. But the gender was wrong. This was not something that could be described with the word tragic. Jun Xiaoyao, you must die. The 10 princes of Jinwu roared with hatred. If it were not for Jun Xiaoyao, he would have already had Yu Chanwan, hugging a fragrant, soft, and beautiful girl with a perfect body. Was it not good enough? However, Yu Chanwan had been taken away by Jun Xiaoyao. The 10 princes of Jinwu even mistakenly thought that Jun Xiaoyao had already dual cultivated with Yu Chanwan. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have the sacred power of Tayin. Jun Xiaoyao, just you wait. And Yu Chanwan, that be *TCH. When I cultivate the acquired chaotic body, I will make you suffer the same pain as me. The 10 princes of Jinwu roared angrily. In the end, he rushed out with tears in his eyes. Rumble. The entire ancient planet was enveloped by thick, sacred power of Sun and sacred power of Tayin. However, the sacred power of Tayin was not active and carried a faint aura of death. Several elders of the Sun God Mountain retreated from the ancient planet. What happened today must not be spread, an elder said solemnly. Of course. The elders nodded in agreement. If this were to spread, the entire Sun God Mountain would lose face. But the Crown Prince is really going all out. An elder sighed. He's a ruthless person. The few elders present looked at each other and nodded their heads in agreement. Although the 10 princes of Jinwu had done something that crossed their bottom line, it had to be said that it was still effective. Looking at the vague fusion of the sacred power of Sun and sacred power of Tayin, the eyes of the few elders glowed brightly. The entire ancient planet was enveloped by the sacred power of Sun and sacred power of Tayin. It was like an egg. It was about to give birth to an earth-shattering existence. This existence was destined to make the already turbulent ultimate trial even more turbulent. This was because it would give birth to a god of vengeance. The 10 princes of Jinwu was not the only one who had been traumatized by Jun Xiaoyao's teachings. In a void realm, 2 figures, one old and one young, stood. They were Long Yuan and Long Yao. Yao, are you sure? Long Yuan asked in a serious tone. Yao is sure. The expression on Long Yao's face was unprecedentedly serious. If she had been like a child before, then she had been like a child who could not grow up. Then, after Jun Xiaoyao's vicious beating and education, she had grown a lot mentally. She had to be beaten if she was weak. This was Long Yao's lesson. Although she was not weak compared to Jun Xiaoyao, she was still weak. That battle could be said to be a humiliating one. The dragon-killing cave is not that easy to enter. Long Yuan sighed deeply. Chapter 8:22. Long Yao was already strong enough, but she still had talent and potential that she had yet to unleash. Apart from the overlord of the heavens, she also had the rare ancient golden dragon bloodline of the ancient Void Dragon clan. One had to know that almost all the great emperor-level figures of the ancient Void Dragon clan in the past had the ancient golden dragon bloodline. Although having this bloodline might not guarantee one's Dao and become an emperor, but the possibility was very high. This was also the reason why the ancient Void Dragon clan was willing to exchange for Long Yao, even if they had to take out the Heavenly Book and the Spring of Life. This could very well be a future great emperor. Long Yao had used the ultimate move of the Overlord body when fighting with Jun Xiaoyao, but she had not used the power of the ancient Golden Dragon bloodline. Her bloodline power had not completely awakened, and the dragon-killing cave was a forbidden bloody trial of the ancient Void Dragon clan. Just from the name, one could tell how terrifying this bloody trial was. Since ancient times, countless geniuses of the ancient Void Dragon clan had died in there and never walked out again. Yao, you have to think about it. With your talent, even if you cultivate alone, you can grow quickly, Long Yuan said earnestly. He saw Long Yao as his granddaughter, so he naturally did not want her to be in danger. Grandpa Long Yuan Yao has decided. Long Yao, his delicate face was extremely serious. Long Yuan's eyes were complicated. There was relief, worry, and pity. Previously, Long Yao was very playful and would not cultivate seriously at all. Now, after Jun Xiaoyao's baptism, she seemed to have grown up overnight. This made Long Yuan not know whether to be happy or worried. "Sai, right. By the way, the Overlord Ancestral Hall sent some concentrated Overlord body blood essence and a few ancient weapons. If you can come out of the dragon-killing cave, I'll give them to you," Long Yuan said. "Thank you, Grandpa Long Yuan. I'll go then," Long Yao said. "By the way, Yao, I still don't recommend you provoke that Jun Xiaoyao," Long Yuan said. If Long Yao, could awaken her bloodline, there would definitely be a qualitative transformation. But Long Yuan was still a little worried. Jun Xiaoyao, this guy, hid too deeply and was too mysterious. No one knew how much strength Jun Xiaoyao had used. You thought that Jun Xiaoyao was on the first floor, but he was on the 5th floor. No one had ever been able to force Jun Xiaoyao to go all out. Long Yao smiled but did not say anything. However, the moment she turned around, a resplendent seal appeared in her hand. The Emperor's seal of the 7 rebellious emperors. Before this, Long Yao had never merged into his body. Jun Xiaoyao has already become Yao Er's obsession. If I can't fight to my heart's content again, Yao Er won't be satisfied. Long Yao murmured in her heart. She clapped her little hand and slapped the Emperor's seal of Tao affirmation into her body. Boom! With a world-shaking explosion, Long Yao Er's purple hair fluttered in the wind, her aura rising steadily. Countless runes of the great Tao flowed in the surroundings, accompanied by the rain of heavenly Tao flowers. Looking at Long Yao Er's back, Long Yuan sighed deeply. She was still unwilling to give up. The 10 princes of Jinwu were driven by hatred. Long Yao was driven by humiliation. And Jun Xiaoyao's opponents were not just the 2 of them. The 7 rebellious emperors were only some of Jun Xiaoyao's opponents. On a certain ancient planet full of spirit qi, there was a valley full of immortal qi. A transcendent figure was wrapped in endless immortal qi. What was shocking was that there were a total of 10 strands of immortal qi around this figure. This was terrifying. 9 strands of immortal qi was the limit. This was common knowledge. In the past eras, there were only a handful of prodigies who had cultivated 9 strands of immortal qi, not to mention breaking the limit. If this news spread, it would cause a huge commotion on the ancient road of ultimate. This was an extremely terrifying young taboo monarch. At this moment, the figure wrapped in endless immortal qi seemed to have sensed something. A faint and gentle voice sounded. "Qing Yi, you're here." A beautiful figure sat cross-legged on a lotus platform and crossed the sky. She was wearing an azure robe, and her hair was sparkling and dancing in the wind. Her body was enveloped in immortal qi, and her face was covered by a veil, only revealing a pair of clear eyes that seemed to reflect 3,000 worlds. Her aura was like a green lotus that had just bloomed. She was aloof and untainted. It was Ji Qingyi. She had been on the same level as Ling Yan, Jiang Xingyi, and the others. She was one of the most beautiful goddesses on the ancient road of ultimate. However, she was also the most low-key. She didn't have any shocking battle achievements. However, this showed that Ji Qingyi was very scheming. Even Jun Xiaoyao thought that this woman was not simple. She had very well and couldn't be judged by common sense. "Ji Daoyi, you've been in seclusion for a long time. You've finally broken through the limit of 9 and cultivated 10 strands of immortal qi," Ji Qingyi said in a sweet voice. The figure in the immortal qi was the mysterious successor of the Rin celestial sect, Ji Daoyi, who had the human deity body. Ji Daoyi walked out of the immortal qi. He was dressed in simple and plain clothes, and his appearance was handsome and elegant. His black hair was tied up with a cloth band, and he actually looked simple and unadorned. However, there was a natural Taoist rhyme in his simplicity. He was like an immortal in the mortal world. His skin was like jade, fairer than many women's. His body was crystal clear. His entire body was filled with spirit qi. He didn't look like a mortal's body. This was the human deity body, one of the top 10 physiques among the 3,000. It was on the same level as the sacred body of the ancients and the heavenly tyrant body. After Jiang, Luoli transformed into the elemental spirit immortal body. She was about the same level as the human deity body. However, the elemental spirit immortal body could breathe in vast amounts of immortal qi to enhance divine powers. The human deity body used immortal qi to temper the body and create an immortal mortal deity body. It could be said that Ji Daoi's human deity body, which had been tempered by immortal qi, was no weaker than the sacred body. Qing Yi, with the amount of immortal qi I've cultivated, do you think I can be called number one on the ancient road of ultimate? Ji Daoi smiled faintly. He looked at Ji Qing Yi with a gentle gaze. He had once asked Ji Qing Yi to be his Dao companion, but she had rejected him. Even so, he didn't feel embarrassed. He was the successor of the human deity sect, and Ji Qing Yi was the saintess of the human deity sect. She was still his assistant. If there are no accidents, you should be number one, Ji Qing Yi said. Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who knew that he had cultivated 12 strands of immortal qi. It hadn't been spread. Then do you think I can defeat Jun Xiaoyao now? Ji Daoi continued asking. Ji Qing Yi didn't say anything. She took out a jade slip. You've been in seclusion for a long time. You don't have the latest news. Take a look at this, Ji Qing Yi said. Ji Daoi took the jade slip. After scanning it with his divine sense, the smile on his face disappeared. It recorded all the great things that Jun Xiaoyao had done. He was invincible on the ultimate ancient road. He barged into Gu Tizi's wedding with an avatar and left leisurely. On the buried Emperor Star, he killed outlawed sky prides with ease. The holy churches, Shang Tiani, the Dragon King palaces, Little Dragon King, and the 10 princes of Jinwu combined were no match for him. The mysterious overlord whose name shook the ancient road was only worthy of fighting Jun Xiaoyao's avatar. His true body couldn't even withstand 2 or 3 attacks. Ji Daoi frowned slightly at these deeds. Even though he had broken through the limit, cultivated 10 strands of immortal qi, and possessed an invincible human deity body, he still couldn't defeat Ji Daoi. However, when he saw such a shocking battle record, he still fell into a rare silence. If you're not confident, you don't have to be his enemy, Ji Qing Yi said calmly. These words sounded like an admonishment, but to the proud and arrogant Ji Daoi, how could it not have the intention of goading him into action? As expected, Ji Daoi frowned even more after hearing this. Men were prideful, especially in front of women. Moreover, one of his followers had fallen in the hands of Jun Xiaoyao's follower, Yan Qingying. Ji Daoi had always remembered this grudge. I admit that he's not ordinary, but I'm not someone to be trifled with either. I still have to settle the score, but I'm puzzled. The heavens have appointed me as one of the 7 defiant sovereigns and have given me the Emperor's seal of doctrine. But I can't merge with it. What's the meaning of this? Ji Daoi raised his hand, and a dazzling seal filled with heavenly Dao energy floated in the air. It was the Emperor's seal of doctrine of the 7 defiant sovereigns. However, what puzzled Ji Daoi was that the Emperor's seal of doctrine could not merge with his body. Whoever kills Jun Xiaoyao with their own hands will be able to obtain the heavenly law crown. That shouldn't be a lie, Ji Qingyi said. At this moment, the Emperor's seal of doctrine suddenly flashed and trembled slightly. This is a message from the other 7 defiant sovereigns, saying that they'll meet up later? Ji Daoi asked. When Ji Qing Yi saw this, a glimmer of light flashed across her crystal-clear eyes. The situation is getting more and more interesting, Ji Qing Yi thought to herself.